Check, check. Are we waiting for anyone in particular, or can we get started? Yeah. So, okay, well, we might just get started if everyone, Mr. Trainer and Councillor Oliver, are ready to start. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Environmental Services Committee, which I shall open at 10:06, and apologies for the delay in getting started. I'd just like to welcome the community board members that we have here today, Gai Broker from Temuka, Michael Thomas from Pleasant Point, and Janine, no, it's not Janine, it's Rosie Woods from Geraldine. Do we have any apologies? I have an apology from Councillor Shannon. Are there any other apologies for today? No, Councillor Shannon, you may hear playing the bagpipes out the back, but is attending a funeral, so is not with us today. Would someone like to move that we accept? Thank you, Mayor Bowen, and seconded by Councillor Oliver. Thank you. We now have public forum as a standing agenda item, but I haven't been made aware of any, and as far as I can see, we don't have any members of the public, so no public forum. Can I call for any items of urgent business? I haven't been made aware of any, but no. Okay, so no items of urgent business. Any matters of minor nature? No, this is going to be one of our fastest meetings ever. Any conflicts of interest? No. Okay, so moving on to the Chair's report. Over the summer break, it's been pretty quiet, but since our last meeting in November 2023, outside of our normal council and committee meetings, I've had a meeting with some council officers and the Mayor with ECAN to discuss on-site wastewater consents. I had an on-site meeting in Temuka with some of the transport team and Councillor Shannon to discuss the proposed speed zones. I attended the ECAN Let's Pick a Path Summit in Timaru. I had a meeting with Group Manager Mr Paul Cooper and his management team, along with Councillor Jackson being the Deputy Chair of this committee, and we talked about the work they're doing and priorities for the year, which was really useful. And then just recently, along with Mayor Bowen and Councillor Oliver, we visited the Rangitata Gorge area with Sally Stevens and Jan Taylor to learn about the work that the Upper Rangitata Landcare Group are doing up there, and was really impressed with what's gone on up there and the work they've achieved, albeit over the last 30 years. It's been a long project, but a credit to the community up there. Any questions on any of that report? Or no? If not, I'd like to move the adoption of my report if someone would like to second it. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. All in favour? Sorry, I've forgotten those steps. Aye, thank you. So we'll move on to item 7.1, on the agenda, which is the confirmation of minutes. So the recommendation is that the minutes of the Environmental Services Committee meeting held on the 14th of November 2023 be confirmed as a true and correct record of the meeting, and that the chairperson's electronic signature be attached. Do I have somebody who'd like to move that? Thank you, Mayor Bowen. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Burt. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving to what is next? Reports. So we have just two reports, I believe, today. So item 8.1 on the agenda, and I'd like to welcome up Mr. Rhys Taylor, who's going to present this report. So the first report we have is it's just providing, actually, before that one, we've got the actions register update, beg your pardon. So the purpose of this report is just to keep on top of the actions that were requested through this committee. So the first one is around the scope of the second climate change role. This has kind of been ongoing, and I do wonder if we should just remove this because it will form part of the long-term plan. Does anyone have an objection to that, or is there a reason why we should keep this on here? No, so I think we might just note that that will form part of the long-term plan discussions. The second action is the Rakitata Revival Program, which we actually we resolved at the last meeting to remove this from the register because progress is intermittent, and we will just provide updates when there is something to update. So that one has been closed. Any other questions on the actions register? Okay, so we'll move to item 8.2 and welcome Mr Rhys Taylor. So this first report is the carbon inventory from TDC operations for the last financial year, and the purpose, sorry, I'm still half asleep from being travelling. Thank you, Mayor Bowen. Happy to move 8.1 that we receive and note that update to the actions registered. Would someone like to second that? Thank you, Councillor Oliver. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you for the reminder, Mayor Bowen. Back to 8.2. So this committee's previously discussed the value of better understanding the greenhouse gas emissions attributed to council operations. So the Climate Change Advisor, Mr Taylor, has compiled this report, and I'll just invite him to speak to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors. I gather you've got a long day today. So the piece of work we've done has been technically assisted by a team called Toitu EnviroCare. And they provided us with the software and some of the technical advice to allow us to do good quality calculations. And on our first effort this year, we've also invited them to give us independent verification, in effect an audit, to verify that the work we've done is up to an international standard. That was a good learning experience for us and has kept me and others sharp in doing it. I'd like to thank my many colleagues across the council for gathering the information required, because when you're doing this and you're turning over all sorts of stones to see what's underneath them, it's been really interesting finding out what information we had and didn't have. For example, the information we have on our carbon emissions or greenhouse emissions from the wastewater treatment plant is very, very limited. We've had to resort to the lowest level of accuracy, which is looking at the volumes we've handled and applying a multiplier offered to us by Ministry of the Environment based on averages across the whole country. So there are some areas where it'd be really good for us to improve our information gathering quality so that we can truly reflect what happens in our particular circumstance. There are other areas where we've had a really very good amount of detail. For example, we've looked at our vehicle fleet and we have very accurate records of the fuel burned by those vehicles. We've also asked our colleagues on the staff to share with us their travel arrangements, which is an entirely voluntary thing because their private choice as to how they travel, but 137 of them did so, and that gave us enough to be able to calculate quite reasonably the likely impact. And what surprised me was that the impact on the climate of our workers coming to work is greater than the impact of our vehicle fleet during our work. And on the strength of that, as of today, we're doing our second survey of all the staff to gather information on how they travel, but we're including some carefully worded questions to give us more idea about how they might change that voluntarily, if and when they want to reduce their footprint. And this is important because it's helping to engage the whole team in an issue which is of global importance and on which we often feel we have very little influence. You know, it's a big, worrying international problem. But there are some small things that we can do. And in the reporting process, we've identified several areas where we could potentially improve our efficiency. There are certainly some opportunities that we've spotted for reducing our expenditure on electricity. And although the carbon impact of that is quite small, because New Zealand is famous for its ability to generate from renewable sources, still about 20% of the energy that we're using in electricity is coming from burning gas or burning coal. And so we can still make a difference on a small scale. The areas where we can probably make most change would be in the vehicle fleet and the staff commuting, in the power bills, and in building and construction work. We did some rough estimates on the likely impact of our contractors, again using multipliers that have been developed mainly from Auckland by the Ministry of the Environment, and we were able to look at the spend and convert that into a likely impact. But we could actually be more detailed in our work in the future, looking at our own building and construction projects to reduce two aspects. One is what's called the embodied carbon. So that's the carbon effect of the materials you've used, such as concrete and steel, and the operational use, which is where we come back to things like power bills and so on. So internally, I'm hoping that my advisory role will include an opportunity to advise and encourage colleagues to be quite frugal in their investment so that they're investing in order to reduce operating costs. I feel that's consistent with the pressures on us as a council to be cost effective. I'll stop at that, Madam Chairman. I think we have to take the report as read. It's relatively long and detailed. There's over 30 pages of it, but it's on the record now, and there may be questions you want to raise.
Thank you, Mr Taylor. Are there any questions? Councillor Scott.
I thought it was a really good read, so thank you very much, very detailed. Just around that survey, when that out to voluntary, staff, it would be interesting to put in the distance travelled to work, because we're urban based.
That's right.
Some will travel 30 k's, they could bike. I wouldn't. Versus, they might be 4 k's, because that can make a big shift.
Very much, Councillor Scott. Yes, the survey does ask them that both the length of time of their travel to work and the kilometres of their travel to work. It asks what mode of travel they're using as their main one and their secondary one, and so on. So it's quite a detailed survey, and it's going to give us the ability to offer useful advice targeted on the people who can make use of that information.
Mayor Bowen.
Thanks. And Mr Taylor, when do we do the next measure? Is it in 2 years' time? Is it?
The value of doing this baseline is to focus on the areas of most. I don't think we should make a fetish of doing a lot of number gathering constantly. It's expensive in staff time and maybe external help. I would recommend that we certainly revisit this in 2 years. And I'd suggest that since we've had an audited process for this first time, if we use basically the same methods and the same software, then we can keep the record in a comparable form and produce a report which compares our picture a couple of years on.
Mr Taylor, could you just give us an indication of the cost to council of this? Because obviously that will determine how regular we want to undertake the work.
The software and support, technical support, was $11,000. The audit and valuation about $7,000, so about 18 for the two. The cost principally, though, is in my time and the time of my colleagues in gathering the information. I should add that we've had agreement from the management of TDHL and Venture Timaru that for their office-based operations, they will share their data with us so they can be included next time.
And did you, from this report, kind of get a couple of key actions that we might be able to take forward and even incorporate into the climate change strategy that we're working on in the background?
I mentioned that there's an opportunity for direct action in the car fleet and in staff commuting. My personal enthusiasm would be for us trying to move the car fleet at a reasonably good pace into hybrid vehicles or battery vehicles. The challenge there for us is the capital cost of making that transition, because we've generally been purchasing vehicles rather than leasing them. But perhaps we could open opportunity for leasing as well. So I think that's an area to explore, and I'd recommend that we explore that. In terms of power savings, yes, I think there are going to be some opportunities to increase the efficiency of operation. If you're, for example, switching from using LPG gas, which we are at one of our facilities, towards heat pumps, then you have a capital investment cost, but you then have a much lower operating cost, and you have a greenhouse gas saving. So areas like that. I'd like us to look at building. I've had some very constructive conversations with the team who look after our council housing stock, and have said that they're looking seriously now at using solar electric plus a battery to provide a better service to the tenants of that housing. So that's another area that we're considering. And there may well be commercial suppliers who will put in the capital equipment for us rather than us having to pay for the equipment.
But on that housing, does that count in our footprint or not? Because is that not the tenant responsible? I know in the big picture it will help the environment, but will it help when you come back in 2 years with the...
It will help because the operation of those properties can be included in our footprint as the property owner. If it were a private house, then no, but it's part of our asset base.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks for the report, Rhys. It was really thorough. And I learnt, because I didn't know this beforehand, but carbon dioxide is 30 times less damaging than methane. So, Yeah, it was great to learn that.
Damaging than methane, yes. The percentage of the least damage depends on the period of time you're looking at. Methane lasts a much shorter time in the atmosphere than carbon dioxide.
Yes.
So ultimately, carbon dioxide is what is heating the planet the most.
Right,
But
it hangs around.
in the short term, then methane is very important. Yeah.
I was just going to ask, with the climate strategy, like how far down the road are we compared to other councils?
There's enormous variation in terms of making strategies for climate work. There are councils who haven't made a start. There are some like us who put a big burst of effort into our first year of work with an external consultant, which is rather paused now because we've done part of the job, but we haven't finished it. And there are some councils who started 3 or 4 years ahead of us and have published their strategies. But they tend to be the much larger councils, the likes of Hamilton or Wellington.
Positive too is though now we're aligning ourselves with the Canterbury strategy, and so I think we're in a good space to work alongside that. So I think the great work that has been done, the next steps will align quite well regionally.
So long as we leverage that work and not duplicate it, that is the challenge. Yeah, I think Councillor Booth had a question.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor White, Chairman. Reece, so does this go towards, this report, does this go towards identifying what our liability is around carbon credits that we need to purchase?
Not necessarily, Councillor Booth. The government's not requiring us to purchase carbon credits to offset our emissions. I'm quite pleased of that because I'd much rather we focused on reducing our emissions than buying offsets for them. So we're not at present obliged to. If we wish to pay for offsetting, then the scale of that could be quite expensive. The only area in which we are obliged to buy carbon credits and surrender them is the technical phrase for this, where you purchase the carbon credit and then hand it back, so you spent the money, is for our methane emissions estimated from the landfill, which we're doing on behalf of all the landfill of the whole population, but we're doing it as the council. And at present, that cost of offsetting is a figure I can share with you. It is public information. So they do it by calendar year rather than our administrative year. In the calendar year 2022, the end of that year, we paid 35,925 carbon units. Their value was 2,798,494. That's a big spend. So the payment of purchasing carbon credits and surrendering them to offset is a very good incentive for us to reduce our carbon emissions from the landfill. And prior to my arrival, colleagues here took the very sensible step of installing a methane collection system in the landfill, which I'm sure you've looked at in your infrastructure work. And that flare is now operating. It needs 1 year's operating experience and data, and then a new emission calculation can be accepted for Timaru, which will be lower because we're converting that methane into carbon dioxide. So we'll reduce our liability and therefore save money.
So what sort of saving would you anticipate with the methane burn?
I don't know until we have the data. As a scientist, I'm waiting to see the data. It depends on how much we collect and how much we burn, Councillor Booth, but it will be to our advantage to have that equipment installed.
You mentioned also about this air housing and that you were down the ways of looking at changing the energy, the batteries, etc. And so what capital cost are you thinking about per unit for that?
The idea is that it be a trial run of a small number of units, perhaps 4. It would involve using a supplier of battery and solar panels who provides the capital investment, but then ties you to a long-term contract for the supply of electricity. So we'd be amortizing the capital cost by paying an operating cost. So that way it doesn't actually give us a large capital bill, but it's just a trial run to see if it's technically possible and if it works for the tenants.
Sure.
Just before we go to Councillor Burt, just going back to the waste, surely the message is the less we send to landfill, the less emissions we have, as opposed to what we can convert to carbon.
Agreed entirely. Thinking upstream, you might say, the less organic material we put into landfill rather than put into composting or divert for recycling, the less we put in, the less methane we'll generate. So absolutely, it's in the public's interest as well as the environment's interest for the material be composted. From that point of view, the central government decision recently to alter the ground rules for composting is actually a backward step.
I think Councillor Burt had a question.
Just a clarification in regard to the software that we purchased, or did we purchase that? Is it a one-off cost and can be used now going forward? Obviously, incremental updates.
Software as service, Councillor Burt, we pay a subscription to that software. So it will be a continuing cost for us. It's not a massive cost. It's certainly an effective way of us being able to do it ourselves. If we paid someone to do all the work for us, we'd pay a much, much larger cost.
So naively, you're talking $11,000 a year, or it was an upfront cost with an ongoing incremental maintenance fee for it?
The cost of subscribing to the software would be either an annual fee or a biannual fee, depending on what we can negotiate with the firm. I'm waiting for your advice from today, but I've arranged an online meeting with the company in a few days' time.
Yes. So sorry, the 11K that we spent buying into it,
Yep.
is that the ongoing annual fee?
That was an annual fee.
All right.
That's right, yes. There wasn't a big entry cost. Yeah.
Yeah, Mayor Bond.
It probably crosses this, but since it was raised here and we talked about it this morning, but I think it probably crosses into infrastructure as well. But we discussed fleet review some time ago, probably 2 councils ago. I think probably only Councillor Burt, Councillor Parker and myself that were involved in that. So it's probably timely that we request a workshop to look at fleet review across cost and perhaps some of the conversations that we've had today as well.
But that won't be an action for this committee, will it? Will it
Well,
be
it doesn't really, in my view, sits as long as the action is actioned.
So do we want to record that as an action in this committee?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm comfortable. It does really, to your point, sits in infrastructure, but I don't think it matters where the request comes from.
So long as it gets
Yeah.
captured. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Nigel. In Councillor Booth, another question. No,
Just really wondering, you may or may not be able to answer this, but are we recovering that $80 a tonne for the carbon credit that we're actually paying for? What are we, for the solid waste that we're actually, are we ensuring that we're covering our cost there?
Can't answer that question. We could ask the waste manager if light can be shed on that either now or subsequently.
looks like Mr Dixon's going to come and share some information on that.
Yes, thank you. The carbon cost of carbon basically is covered it was added into the fees and charges and includes also added into our rates, the targeted rate for the waste collection. So any reduction in that will create savings.
I think, if I may though, Mr Dixon, the issue we will see later in the council papers is that the fees and charges are not covering the true cost of waste collection in this region, which is a conversation for this afternoon's meeting.
Yes, that is correct, and it's all about how we calculate, well, it's the balance between rates versus fees and charges. That is where the correction needs to be made.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so the recommendation is that the Environmental Services Committee receive the 22-23 baseline year, carbon inventory for council operations and consider the baseline year carbon inventory as a foundation and use it to inform policy decisions about future mitigation of carbon emissions. So that's been moved by Mayor Bowen. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Jackson. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So, Mr Taylor, I think you're presenting the next report, if you'd just like to stay there. So the next report is the adoption of the climate change response policy. So we had a draft of this presented to us late last year, and Mr Taylor's just going to give us an update on that and seek this committee's approval to adopt the policy. Thank you, Mr Taylor.
Thank you again, councillors. The great advantage for us in having a climate change response policy is it helps us to coordinate our efforts within the council. The role that I'm holding is only as useful as the extent to which the management and governance back the role. You know, you can do very little as an individual, but as a team you can achieve a lot. And so the idea of the policy is it will guide us on where we put our priorities of effort. And the updates you have here are relatively modest, but they're based on consultation that we've done over the last few months. We've had a lot more discussions internally with members of the teams here and had their guidance. We've had a couple of external discussions. We've had some input from Community and Public Health. We've had some input from Arafenua through the consultancy team that they use. And we're in a position now where I think we have sufficient development of policy that we can put this into action and then make sure it is reviewed. I would suggest about 2 or 3 years hence when we next come round into the long-term planning cycle. In terms of any updates that came subsequent to this paper, only one, which is a very minor change in wording suggested from Arafenua under point 5 of the policy. So page 54 of your papers, under point 5, which is to say collaborate with rather than extend collaboration to. It's a minor rewording, but I have no objection to it being reworded as they've proposed to us. Collaborate with Mana Whenua. Apart from that, I have no other additions offered to me as late items, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Puddington.
I've just got one question, and I believe climate change is real, but should governance be included in the scope of this? Because we could have a climate denier elected council, and you're forcing them into this. I'm just not sure how Alan. I'm just worried genuinely about the scope that we can, as elected members, we're bound by something that we may not agree with.
Madam Chair, on a question of principle, I think I turn to you or the Mayor for guidance on this, but I can offer you an opinion if you want me to.
You raise a good point, Councillor Puddington. I wonder if the scope should be this body as opposed to the individuals who make up this body, being the councillors. Any other views on that?
There's collective responsibility, but we may all have differing views as we do on a number of things, and I'm just concerned.
You raise a good point. And so, is everyone happy with that suggested amendment if the scope is changed to the governing body rather than the individuals of the governing body? I'm sure you can word that more eloquently than I can, Mr Taylor. Are there any other questions? I did just have one that I wanted to just raise, and I probably don't have a strong view on it, but I just wanted to make sure this committee was comfortable with it. So at point 2, we are proposing that we prepare and publicly report at intervals of no greater than 2 financial years the carbon emissions inventory footprint, which is the report that we've just received previously from Mr Taylor. So is everyone comfortable that we're committing to do that at least every 2 years, or did we want to be have a different period in there, or just say periodically or on a regular basis? Any views, or are we happy to leave that as it is?
I'm with you. I think it should be regularly, and we can decide that, because otherwise someone will bring this to us in a couple of years' time and say, you haven't done it and you said you would. So I think we should give ourselves some flexibility.
Thank you, Councillor Piddington. I'll just go to Councillor Booth and then come back to Mr
Yeah,
Taylor.
I guess only if there's been changes made that you'd like to measure. So if nothing's changed, what's the point?
Mr Taylor?
The advice, Madam Chair, we've had through the Auditor General is that councils are actively encouraged to do such regular footprinting. We're not yet legally bound to do so. The Climate Commission would probably like us to be legally bound to do so. So the encouragement we're receiving from central government has been to be methodical about this and to do regular assessments. In proposing 2 yearly, I was thinking of the work staff load and that it needs to be done frequently enough that you remember how you did it.
Could I suggest a compromise which is at regular intervals that we propose every 2 years, whereas we're not actually bound to having to do it every 2 years, but that is the intention? Sorry, I didn't word that very well. Do you follow my train of thought, Mr Taylor? So if we say prepare and publicly report at regular intervals, and maybe in brackets, proposed to be every 2 years. And then to Councillor Piddington's, we have a little bit of flex if we don't do it, but the intention is that we do it every 2 years. It just worries me that if in future, and I wouldn't like to see this, but if, as a result of a long-term plan or something, we didn't have that position there and we didn't have the capability to do it, I would not like to see that. I'm not recommending this, Mr Taylor, but it does kind of bind us to something that we may not be able to deliver on in future. Any other comments? Anything else to add before we move to the resolution, Mr Taylor?
No, I'm hoping that this is going to be a very useful tool for us in our work, and the timing is such that by adopting this policy, it can form part of the guidance internally for the long-term plan.
Yeah. So I appreciate the work that's gone into this, and I think it is, like you say, a good step to have this as the founding document to guide us. So with that, I'll move to the recommendation, which is that we approve and adopt the climate change response policy, noting the amendments discussed in the meeting, if that's okay, being the feedback from our whenua, the inclusion of council as opposed to councillors, and the intervals of every 2 years being proposed as opposed to have to. Is everyone comfortable with that? Can I have on Mayor Bowen?
Sorry, may I suggest that as a point too is that it comes back to the chair for sign-off.
That the chair of this committee, being myself, will have sign-off on the final policy, which will only be those 3 minor amendments. So a mover, thank you Mayor Bowen, and a seconder, thank you Councillor Scott. Any other discussion? If not, I'll put the motion, all in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Mr Taylor. It's a good milestone for council, so well done on your work.
Yes, it's welcome. If I could be allowed just a quick word in conclusion from my angle. I've been thinking hard, obviously, in this first year or so of my work about the challenges of responding to a rapidly changing climate. The rate of change and the scale of the impact has actually become more anxiety generating, in this year. The problem we face is that what most of us are looking for are security, quick fixes, things basically staying the same, lots of solutions and simplicity and things within our previous experience. But in practice, what we're experiencing is a time of uncertainty, that things are difficult or confusing, that there may have to be quite large-scale social or economic changes in response. Many questions are being raised as answers, and it's really complex. And that's quite difficult for structures such as local government to respond to. So I'm expecting that in our work on this, and certainly in our thinking on this in the long-term plan, that envisaging or imagining the changes needed within that 10-year horizon is going to be quite a stretch, because we'll be very tempted to go for business as usual And my recommendation to you is that we don't do business as usual, because we're going to have to change faster than that. So that's just the parting thought on this one.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have no urgent business, no minor nature and no public forum, so I can close the meeting at 10:40. Thank you very much, everyone.
Committee. Warm welcome to our community board members, Rosie Woods from Geraldine, Gay Broker from Temuka and Michael Thomas from Pleasant Point. Welcome and thank you. Apologies from Councillor Shannon. So I will accept and move that. You'll second that. Thank you, Mayor Bowen. Public forum, no. Any identification of items for an urgent business? Identifications of matters of a minor nature? Thank you. Any declaring of conflicts of interest? Thank you. Chairman's report. Since our last meeting, I've attended the council meetings, workshops, extraordinary meetings. I attended the AGM for Venture Timaru and TDHL, attended the City Town Steering Group meeting, People in Performance, Citizens, Tenders and Procurements, attended Aorangi Stadium Trust discussion meeting and met with Group Manager Andrew Dixon. I'll move my report if I have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. All those in favour? Aye. Carried. Moving on to the confirmation of minutes from November 14. I'll take these as read. Any matters arising from them? Happy to move. Thank you, Mayor Bowen. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Booth. All those in favour? Aye. Carried. Thank you. Okay, so we've got 2 reports and 1 update today. So we move on to 8.1, which is our register update. So we'll work through these. So the first one is an update of the Peel Forest landfill. So anything further to add? Yes, Councillor Piddington.
Yeah, just a couple of questions around that. We're going for a consent and preparation of the tender document. I'm concerned we're front-loading all that work. Should we be having a discussion to stage that work over a period of, say, 10 years? Our budgets are tight, and I don't think we've done remedial work out there. I'd like to know what the chances are of another incident out there and whether we can actually stage the work over a more sensible timeline, which will be important if it's going out preparation of a tender document.
Well, the chances of an incident out there are quite high. The river is right up against the landfill now. In fact, some of I guess the bunding area is already at risk. So I think that there is an urgency to get there. Certainly Environment Canterbury, iwi are pushing us to deal with this issue, because if the river does breach that bund, then the refuse does end up in the Rangitata, and we'll end up with basically like the Fox Glacier issue. So we have got the budgets being funded, so yeah, and I think it was best to get in, for efficiency's sake, it's best to get in and do the whole thing. To stage it over a number of years would be complex, because we'd have to do a section, then make sure we seal it again, so we can't have rainwater, otherwise we'll end up with leachate problems. So it's better if from a cost perspective, get in and do it once. And that's what we plan to do. It will take about 12 months to do.
To clarify, so so ECAN is driving this. They are driving this urgency.
ECAN has certainly have highlighted the risk that the river is likely to reach a flood event again in the future. If there's anything up to over 1,000 cumecs is likely to breach the landfill. So they're saying that there is a high likelihood and that we should be dealing with it.
Have they given that to us in writing? I'd like to see that, because so often here we hear things. I've never heard that before around this table, so I guess my concern is budget, Andrew. We're getting really tight on it, and if there's things that we can stage for a period, and a bulldozer for half a day to seal it back up, I want to see the cost around it, just not a statement, really.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some more work done around it.
Yes, Meba.
So I think what we need is just some sort of, here again, not wanting to spend money and time too much, but some sort of risk assessment on, what are the likely risks associated with that happening with a flood event, perhaps, along those lines.
So would we...
If ECAN are so worried, they could tip some money in.
So would we be comfortable with a risk assessment report coming back to Infrastructure Committee with the inclusion of some commentary from ECAN and iwi? Would that cover?
I think that's a good way forward. I think it really does come down to how much risk you're willing to accept.
Sorry,
What is-
Madam Chair, sorry, Councillor Booth, I was just going to say, I think where we get ourselves to in the past is we get to the tender process and then we're going, actually, do we really want to be doing this work? And we've already spent all that time, cost and money. And so it'd be good to actually have a bit of clarity over what we actually want to do before racing out to tender, which is what Councillor Piddington has alluded to.
I can assure you we will not be tendering until we get the way forward in concrete.
Councillor Booth, did you want to speak? Okay, so risk assessment with the inclusion of the commentary from ECAN and iwi. Yes, Councillor Jackson.
Mr Dixon, you mentioned about, was it 1,000 cumecs? Is that right? So how much was the previous Rangitata flooding? Do we know how much that was?
The 2019 one was 2,000.
2,000.
Cumecs, but we've had a few similar ones at just over 1,000, which has started to cause some issues. We have actually had to relocate the river twice in the last 2 years.
So is 1,000 cumecs like the limit? Is that as much as we can go up to before we start to see some more erosion there?
1,000 cumecs the river starts to flow up against the bank, and it can cause erosion of that area.
Can cause, but may not.
Depending on the flow. It depends on, there's a number of circumstances that can arise to whether it breaches it or not.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Oliver.
Was there a pretty thorough risk assessment done initially? Would we be duplicating already having a risk assessment done?
I think this is a different risk assessment. This is about an economic risk assessment in some ways. Yeah, spending the money there. I think the initial risk assessment was that if the landfall, what would be the consequences of the landfall going in the Rangitata River?
Was that not in the initial risk assessment?
Yeah, this will be around a few what-if scenarios.
Yes.
Can I just get clarification? So you're asking for a risk assessment that's against a couple of scenarios of doing it now versus doing it over time. Is that what I'm hearing? Plus the cost
Doing
of
it
doing
now over a staged period of time.
Plus you'll want the cost of doing it now versus doing it over a staged period.
Correct.
Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
if I may-
Because I think that's quite important because, you know, you're going to have to think about what is most cost effective. Okay, thanks.
Really interested in the likelihood as well, like we understand the consequence, but what is the likelihood?
Okay. Satisfied? All right, let's work on number 2, the Waka Kotahi state of the highways. So,
They've got a meeting this afternoon.
any commentary from anyone? Yes?
I guess one question, have we lagoimed them as we asked?
No, we have not looked on with them on this, so we're having the discussion this afternoon. And if you don't get satisfaction there, we can take a step further.
I guess I have a problem with that again, we wanted them lagoimed. We didn't say after a meeting with them. So that was 6 weeks ago. Round the council table, I'm getting a bit frustrated that governance asks for things to happen and somehow they don't. So just a point there. And my second point is we need to keep on their tail of that debacle at the showgrounds intersection. How they're going to move that forward and the timing of it. Outside capital spends, that's the one that I get the most complaints of. Time delays, Bridge Street, and just the whole process of getting in and out. Seems bizarre to me any developer can build something like that and not do the intersection first. There's certainly something wrong with the way Waka Kotahi operate.
Thank you, Councillor Puddington. Yes, Mayor Bowen.
Fantastic. You're going back to the Lagoima, that was partly around, it was 2 reasons. It was around, challenging Waka Kotahi around the improvements through our network, but it was also around building a database around what the spend was coming back into this region to compare it to the economic analysis that we'd got done around the revenue that has been generated. So it was to weigh up the revenue versus what's been invested back in. So the question that we want answered, are we getting our fair share of investment from Waka Kotahi back into our state highway network? My guess is no, but I'd like that data to be able to prove that I'm right. And then be able to use that with the politicians effectively.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I can comment on that, is that data is extremely difficult to get. We have had some discussions with Waka Kotahi. It's not how their system works. They work on a national basis. So even when you're looking at the income, it's very hard. Take Fonterra, for instance, all their road user charges are purchased out of Hamilton. They're not allocated to South Canterbury or part of that, so it is extremely difficult.
And that's why we did that work through VT, that economic analysis that brought that data back in. So I think we'll be accurate enough. I think there was, one of the numbers was 35 million, and yeah, it would be interesting if Waka Kotahi is spending 35 million on our state highway network, I'll be happy, but I guarantee they won't be.
Yes, Councillor Birch.
So in relation to that intersection, my understanding is that Waka Kotahi have officially taken it over. So we need to know what that looks like in timelines. Obviously that's got to take into account the culvert that has to be replaced and what that's going to mean, and heaven knows what that's going to cause in terms of traffic congestion and everything to do that and stage it. So we need to know those things. The other thing we need to know is when they're going to get on and do those again for I don't know how many iterations they've had of those repairs. Over the weekend and over that most of last week, the truck movements for PK and or fertiliser from the port have been massive. There's hundreds and hundreds of truck movements all the time. If they're not taking into consideration the damage that they cause when they do these repairs, and we're wasting our time. But the calls I'm getting, and I declare an interest because I'm in that area, but at night and through those evenings when those trucks are going back empty, it's like a bomb going off for every movement when they hit 3 or 4 stages through there. And the public have to keep putting up with this. So it's, we need to know when they're going to do them, and are they taking in consideration when they're doing this engineered asphalt, the issues with these truck movers, because it's massive.
Okay, so we'll wait for this afternoon. Moving on to the CL Extension Policy Review. So we're requesting... Beg your pardon? The council's requested a report for the CL Extension Policy to be reviewed. And I see this is getting pushed into part of the long-term plan.
Yeah, we're well advanced on that, developing that policy now and reviewing it, and we're aiming to present it to the March meeting, Infrastructure Committee.
So, yeah, I think that sits much better than pushing it down the road to the long-term plan. The March committee. Any other comments? No, we're happy?
I guess we just need to note that that's one of the things that we may not be doing through lack of funding. So before the queue comes to the council door for seal extensions, they need to know it's unlikely. Once we have a policy, we'll enact it immediately.
Sorry, and apologies, a comment, not a question, but it looks like you've made some progress, which is good on the analysis of traffic management, which I think is positive, because I think we need to be able to look at that, because that's a golden opportunity. Potentially, may not be. Yeah.
That's moving us on to the next action point. Traffic management. Any update from you, Andrew?
We're still working through it. We are doing that analysis. We have got some rough order costs around what our current situation is, and now we're looking at different options that we may be able to employ to reduce those costs. But yeah.
Okay, let's move on to City Town update. So, to this one.
Well, this information has been presented as requested, and we believe that this item is complete.
Sorry, Sally. Yeah, look, I'm still keen to see a breakdown of that $1.5 million budget, because there's still interest in what that's being spent on. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll keep it ongoing and request that 1.5 breakdown. Okay, final one is Pariora Dam.
Again, that was presented at the last meeting. Yeah, we believe that has now been closed off.
Yeah, I'm happy with that closed off. Any questions? Yes?
Is that caught into that new dam legislation and water and health and safety? Is there enough water? Where's that being captured?
So, could you repeat that, please? Yeah.
My understanding, there's new legislation around health and safety of dams.
Yes.
Is the Pariora Dam included in that legislation? Because I think it's one that shouldn't disappear off if we've got another unanswered questions around it.
Yeah, we are aware of that, and we are, I guess, seeking further advice. Certainly it doesn't meet the water criteria because it's mainly gravel behind, but it may be covered by the height. Yeah.
Well, can we leave that on and have that reported on separately to reservoirs and other things? I just think it's important.
Look, at the time the Perriora Dam that was brought to our notice, there was a lot of hoo-ha, and something had to be done about it straight away, and people were going to die, and at the end of the day, nothing's happened. It's still there. There's a bit of concrete lying around, and you know, I sort of think the Field Forest thing is actually in a similar sort of vein, quite frankly. I think we've all just got a bit carried away, and you need to step back and actually take a deep breath, like a lot of things, and we, you know, save ourselves a lot of money and everyone's time as well. So, just a comment.
Can I?
Oh, yes, Councillor Oliver.
I think comparing that to the Rangitata River is a bit different. I mean, there's been 2 major floods there in 4 years. If there'd been one major flood in the last 30 years, we might have reason to be unconcerned, but 2 major floods in 4 years is surely must put some hairs stand up on the back of your neck because they stand.
Councillor Birch.
Yeah, just thinking about the consequences of the new Dam Act and how far-reaching they are, and the requirements of us to report in stages for, you know, first so many years, then 5, then 10, and the cost of those things. It would be really, prudent to know and understand whether the Perriora Dam falls into that, or if we can in some way make it not, because that's a significant amount of money for a dam that doesn't serve any purpose other than that it's historical, it has some historical significance. Cheers.
Thank you. Well said. Okay, so we'll go back to the recommendations that we receive a note. I'm happy to move them. I've got a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. All those in favour? Carried. Okay, let's move on to our first report, and I welcome Grant Hamill. So this is 2024 to 2030, the draft waste management and minimisation plan. We'll take the report as read, and Grant, the floor's yours.
Thank you. As the report is read, just as a couple of key points, just to touch on, it is required every 6 years, so we're coming up 2024 to 26. The previous plan obviously started in 2018. As you'll all mostly be aware, Timaru has been an absolute leader in this area and has performed at highest level and still leads a lot of the figures, or is at the top of a lot of the figures. So I think that's something that needs to be taken into account. Because within the report there are a number of standards that are required, and to be fair, it's almost going to be impossible for Timaru to achieve those, because where we start from such a high base that we it'd be just amazing if we did achieve them. Obviously we have to try. Whereas other councils, some of them, I think there's 4 or 5 currently, don't have any curbside at all, so they've got a much easier platform. The Ministry for the Environment have stated that this will be over a number of years, and they obviously expecting improvement from the other areas. So we'll in the process of what we're proposing, sending out for public consultation. This is what the paper's about. That's our get the feedback. And as you've discussed even here today, it's a moving feast, because with the recent curbside changes, that the effects obviously aren't known statistically yet, but the feeling is, and the feedback we're getting is, that for Timaru it's probably going to mean that more of our waste goes to landfill, which it doesn't. Currently we divert about 70%, which is right up there with the best in the country. And my gut feeling is that it's going to mean that we have more going into our landfill, despite that not being our goal. It just seems to be the way that this will occur for us, because it appears as though the initial paper that was sent out a couple of years ago, I believe, there was feedback requested, and it looked like they were trying to bring everyone up to the standard of Timaru areas and others, but it does appear that what they've come up with finally is probably lowering the standard a little bit, so the others probably can achieve their goals. But the great thing is that it will provide a standard curbside protocols right throughout New Zealand, because currently people can move from one area to the other, and they don't know what goes in what bin, so that is a real positive from it. So that's probably in a nutshell, a little summary that I've got. And the process from this, obviously, is that we seek support here to go to public consultation, and that consultation then have the document go out, and then seeking feedback from the community and the like, and then coming to, back to council with potentially our final draft of the plan.
Thank you, Grant. I'm going to go to Councillor Birch.
Welcome, Grant. It's good to see you here. Can you give us some relativity on the quantum of that reduction or lack of reduction, or the increase into our landfill? How is that going to reduce it around it? If we're saying 70% is our benchmark at the moment, what's the quantum we're looking at with those changes?
Unknown. If we were to go 70% on the waste standard, I think we'd have to get to about 90% by 2030. I don't... Yeah, look, there's no stats yet. Obviously, we're only 2 weeks into the new curbside, but it just feels like there's going to be an increase. And we're getting that already, feedback from the community. There has been some significant feedback. People obviously wanting to know what's happening, and also then making comments about the likes that there'll be less going to the organics because of the can't putting in tissues and papers and the like, and that it's a difficult one to forecast specifically, but obviously with the data that when the weighbridge, as we move forward, the weighbridge will record that information, then we'll be able to gauge as to potentially exactly where it's heading, but it's probably going to take a good few months before we have any trends that can be basically relied upon.
Yeah, the key message is, although more organics is likely to go into the landfill because of the change in the government legislation, as a council and part of this waste management minimisation plan is to try and reduce waste overall. So hopefully we'll be able to achieve a bit of a reduction from that. Yeah, there is still a lot of waste that can be recovered, and there is also the issue of actually minimising the waste overall. That will take support from the wider community.
And just on a side note, during our meeting with Andrew, Councillor Oliver and myself, we're both kind of confused about with the new rules, and we've spoken at length about education for the community, that we need to do a mail drop at least, so people can have it in their hands at home to understand what the changes are, because we had conflicting ideas about what could and couldn't go in. So if we don't know, there's lots of others that don't know as well.
Yeah.
You're correct. We are currently getting some pricing. It's not cheap doing those things. So we are assessing that and working with the educators that are employed throughout the South Canterbury area to see what is the best approach. But yeah, that's certainly something that, because all the bins have, obviously, inside them have what goes in, so we'd have to replace all of those, and the costs aren't cheap. But we are working through to seeing which options are best, and obviously at the moment focusing on our website, on social media and the like. But yes, it can be confusing for people, especially when they've been used to these processes since 2006. So it's going to be difficult to a number of people to change, because Timaru did so well to change in the first place. Yeah.
On the education, on point 11, with the Environmental New Zealand carrying out this education with businesses and schools, have we had any feedback from that? How long has that been rolled out for, and what are their main focuses?
So if I recall this correctly, so this used to be done in-house by TDC, and then as part of the contract with Enviro NZ, the opportunity became to engage educators. So we support with Mackenzie and Waimate the two educators in the area, and we can support them through redirecting our waste levy, which we get back from government. They spend a lot of time in the community, get some really good feedback in respect of they're out there, and they work time in schools, and also part of the strategy there you will have seen is that we believe that working closer with businesses may also provide that opportunity to divert more waste, because at the moment there are a lot of bins out there that businesses use as an easy out, whereas there could be opportunities in those sort of areas to change that approach. Just had yesterday confirmation they're going to run a Geraldine drop in a couple of weeks' time just to update people on the new changes and the like. So that they're certainly active. They're very, very active, and they also are very, very keen to get a lot of documentation out there. So working with them on that.
Councillor Booth.
Yeah, the educators, so do you have oversight of them? Do they actually tell you what they've done for the week? And say, where they've been, what they've done, who they've spoken to? And the other question I had was, have you got oversight of the weighbridge? Do you actually have access, independent access, to know actually what tonnage is going across that weighbridge?
Yeah, we do. So firstly, the weighbridge, it's all electronically recorded, and the weighbridge is basically attached to TDC. So when they come over the weighbridge, I think there's about 80 odd codes that the staff down there have to input, depending on what the load is. It then electronically comes through to us, so we know exactly to the kilo, I suppose, what comes over there, and we have to report on that every month to what they call through the Ministry for the Environment, and then because that's how they assess our waste levy and the like. So it all recorded. Obviously, there's the potential for human error, but that comes with any role if they input the wrong number. Yeah.
Do you reconcile those numbers with the money?
Yeah, we have to. So before that goes to the Ministry for the Environment, because they also then do an audit based on because historically they've got our records over the years, so they are checking on a monthly basis, and we put in what our figures are. Then they'll come back. Normally, I think it's within about 2 weeks, saying yes, they agree, or if I presume if they didn't agree, then they would ask us for further evidence. So it's certainly reconciled. We reconcile it, and then the Ministry for the Environment also reconciles.
Hi, Grant. Just for my own sort of benefit, and maybe for those people who are watching online, just with that diversion rate. So it says here that we already divert 73% compared to the national diversion rate of approximately 28%. So it says here the recent government mandates on waste may reduce Timaru's diversion rate. So what's the impact of that on us? What's the consequences of that?
Just in respect of how do you mean what are the consequences?
So we're already diverting 73%, right? And then you've said here the recent government mandates on waste may reduce Timaru's diversion rate. Yeah, so what's the impact of that further down the line?
Oh, sorry. So yeah, we as I said with the intro, very unlikely we'll achieve the targets that they're setting us. For two reasons. The second one is the mandates, the recent mandates, and the second one is from the level we're starting at 30% on top of 70 is about 90%. I'm not sure that anywhere has ever achieved that. So, because they seem to be, and I'm still learning this one, they seem to be standard targets throughout New Zealand, so they're not factored based on your performance to date. So, a territorial authority that has zero curbside recycling will still have a 30%, and therefore much easier to achieve a 30% change in performance, whereas those other territorial authorities that are at a higher level, still with a 30%, have a more difficult.
So if we don't reach those rates, though, what's the impact?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I think it's a KPI as such. I think from discussions with others, and Mr. Dixon may be able to, they would ask for the reasons why, and our reasons would be evidence of our previous performance, where we started from, and the like. That's what I'm assessing.
Yeah, but basically they are a target. We consider them a stretch target. We will be reporting against those targets to the Ministry, but the consequences not meeting them, there is no penalties as such. So, and then in 6 years' time, we will review the plan again.
I'm going to go to Mr. Trainer and then to Councillor Pye.
But the practical consequence is the landfill will fill faster and will potentially have more gas emissions. So that's the more important part than meeting a target to the Ministry. So that's something we've got to think about. Is that correct?
Yeah, there will be some impact potentially on the life of landfill, but if that can be, I guess, counterbalanced by a reduction in waste, and if we focus on particularly on industrial waste, which is where most of our waste into that landfill comes from, we can make some gains there.
I have a few comments and questions, but just before I do, could I just clarify what you said before? Did you say we're going to have to replace the bins or the lids based on the new recycling because they've got the old instructions on them? Or did I misunderstand that?
That's potentially what a lot of people want, is for us to replace the labels inside the
The stickers inside.
stickers
I
inside.
was just going to say, surely we can just do a sticker.
Sorry
Okay,
if I wasn't
thank you
clear.
for clarifying that. I thought this report was fantastic, actually, and I've got heaps and heaps of comments on it, which I will save for the public submissions. However, I do think, and I'm not sure this is the place for it, but I think it is very short-term thinking. It's only 6 years. And I don't think we've identified the risks in this plan, and I'm not sure if this report is the place for that or somewhere else, but where are the risks around sea level rising? What happens if Waimate Waste to Energy actually goes ahead and we all of a sudden lose all of our waste stream? That could be a good thing, it could be a bad thing. I just don't think we've really looked at that, and I'm concerned, and we probably just kind of covered this briefly anyway, that projections seem to be based on current levels, yet we're predicting population growth, which you would think would come with an increase in waste. Yeah, that's probably my overall comment.
Look, certainly there are lots and lots of factors. As you say, Waimate's a potential, and that hasn't been factored in, but that's the opportunity why this consultation occurs, for those sort of considerations. There are lots and lots of factors out there at the moment that are changing, as I said before, and that's certainly one. There's a couple of others. There's a couple of landfills potentially coming on site and the like. So, yeah, modelling each of them, I don't know how long it's going to take. It could take ages, but certainly I think they do need to be noted, and that's the sort of feedback that'd be great.
Just around public consultation, do you have idea on timeframe? So opening, closing,
Should,
was that in there? No.
yeah.
So it's Thursday, 28th of September until the 30th of October, consultation period.
February to March, and that's based on previous examples of time. Also, there's been a number of the other territorial authorities are currently going through this process, and so without wanting to reinvent the wheel, we've got access to sort of what they've put on their websites, and a couple of them seem very, very good. So we potentially use them as a benchmark or even almost a template.
Okay, so we've got two recommendations to consider that we receive and endorse 2024 to 2030 waste management and minimisation plan for consultation. And the second one is adopts the statement of proposal for community consultation in accordance to section 83 of the Local Government Act. Do I have a mover for that, please? Thank you, Mayor Bowen. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Pye. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Grant. We have got no considerations of urgent business or of minor nature. No public forum. So now I'd like to move us into public excluded. Thank you, Mayor Bowen. All those in favour? Carried.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Community Services Committee meeting, Tuesday the 13th of February at, 12:35. Like to formally welcome Rosie Woods from Temuka, not Rosie Woods from Temuka. That's not a good start. Rosie Woods from Geraldine. Sorry. Gay, Brooker, Temuka and Michael from Pleasant Point. Welcome. We have an apology today from Deputy Mayor Scott Shannon, who is attending a funeral on behalf of council with his bagpipes. So I'd like to move acceptance of those. Thank you, Councillor Oliver, seconded by Councillor Pye. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. No one in the public forum today. Identification of items of urgent business. Matters of minor nature. No. Anyone? Declarations of conflicts of interest. Nope. Okay, Chairperson's report. So from our meeting back in November, I've attended a couple of Theatre Royal and Heritage Facility Governance Reference Group meetings. I had the privilege of being the judge at Sea Bay for the reception desk, and so we had heaps of fun doing that, and look forward to seeing the artwork from the winner up on Sea Bay. So thanks to Beth and the team for making that a really enjoyable morning tea or afternoon tea. Yeah, it was great. Along with Councillor Pye, I attended the ECAN Summit. We've had various stadium reference group meetings. I enjoyed the visit out to the Timaru Airport with fellow councillors at the end of the year. I've attended local arts scheme subcommittee meetings. I've also attended several sister city subcommittee meetings, and I also had the privilege of interviewing 7 candidates along with the Mayor and the Chair of Sister Cities, Barry Souter, and I can say it was 7 amazing young people, and yeah, we got it down to 3, but it was fantastic. Really enjoyed that process. I attended the community Christmas morning tea. As you now know, I'm a commissioner on the district plan this coming couple of years, and so I've obviously been attending several meetings in that space. I also had the privilege last week of heading along with the Mayor to the Sensational Challenge prize draw, and I'd have to say we were bad. We drew, how many? 30 prizes, and there was not one person there, so I felt quite bad, but we had amazing turnout, and it was really nice to see all the families there, and they all went away with something, but yes, we will definitely sack from that job, I'm pretty sure. It was a bit of a come down on the live stream, but it was awesome. No, so I appreciate being allowed, well, not allowed, but being involved in that, so thank you so much. I've also attended, interestingly, an Alexandra lifeboat meeting, which I know that Councillor Jackson is also supporting, so some good stuff happening in that space in the future. And obviously various council meetings, citizenship ceremonies and workshops. Oh, I feel like I've been busy. Thank you. I'd like to move my report, seconded by Mayor Nigel. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, confirmation of minutes. That's from the 14th of November. I will take those as read and as a true and correct record. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Burt. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, now I'd like to move to the report section, actions register report. We only had a couple in there, one. So that's on our Agintyre Art Gallery seismic strengthening project, which we appreciate is within this report, and it's up next. So I think we can actually mark that as completed and closed because it is in here now, isn't it, regularly? So I'll close that action off. And yes, you can sit down. Sorry, I was just trying to close off that action. No, sorry, I'm closing off the action. So with that, I will receive and note the actions register. Could I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Parker. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, thank you. I will pass over to Nicole and Matt.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and councillors and committee board members. As I said, our 6 weekly report, I'm going to hand over to Matt, who's the person on the ground who's leading, and will be able to talk to you about where we're up to today. But what I can say overall is the project's going really well. We're on time, we're on budget, and we're finding things that we were expecting to find. So yeah, situation normal project, and I'm very pleased how it's going. Hand over.
Thanks. Yeah, just to reiterate what Nicole's just said. We had a visit, a first site visit by the engineer and architect, and they're very happy with what they're finding. It's a grand old lady and it's fared well. So yeah, no real surprises at this stage. Everything is sticking to the plan. So yeah, not much more I can add from it really. Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Pittingham.
Not directly related, but it's just a reminder that process of putting the tender out became quite controversial. Have we dealt with the builders and upgraded our template for tenders so locals get a shot at these things?
That's something you probably have to take up with Nigel Howarth. Yeah.
Certainly aware of this scenario, and I think the lessons learned from that are how we can assist our tradespeople in town to put forward a good application that can actually meet the tender.
What we've also done is to make people aware. We got a list of subcontractors from the main contractor. So out of 23 subcontractors, 21 were local. And we've put that out the front. So not only, as Farrell's, the board saying Farrell's is doing it, and the engineers and architects, we've listed the 21 local subcontractors who are involved in it. So yeah, we took what you said, but we're celebrating it, that it's not just the main contractor.
I know there are some follow-ups. Nigel Howarth is presenting with the Chamber of Commerce early March, and probably might be the Three Nigels show potentially. And there's some other opportunity tied to some other papers around just specific reviewing of procurement policy, which will be ongoing. But Mr. T might have something to add.
The builders on the job, have they actually got heritage experience?
I can't answer that. I don't know off the top of my head, but the main contractor does, and they're the drivers. From what I understand, the builder that's on the job is a labour only, so he's getting directive from the main contractor. We've also got heavy input from Heritage New Zealand still, so as soon as we find anything that's just not quite right, or we need it, we don't guess, we're going straight to the experts.
And the architect and the engineers involved have got a lot of history with heritage, so their actually input is there. They've walked around and they're guiding, and any changes to any documentation is coming from them.
So the main contract hasn't been subcontracted out to a local group?
No. The main contractor is in charge, and they actually took on subbies to help them do some work. So it's a build firm without a lot of their own tradespeople in it. They've come down as project managers, but they are leading the project. And we also novated some tradespeople into that contract for work.
Okay.
So no, it's not been subcontracted out to local tradespeople.
Well, yeah, I guess that's probably something that I've been told differently, but that's okay.
They have a local builder that they have using as a labour on a per hour basis, but they haven't subcontracted out the job to a local builder. No, they're using their labour.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, so we will receive and note the progress report. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Mayor Nigel. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Oliver. Thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much. Okay, report 8.3 Community Services Update. So I'll hand that over to Beth.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. This is the first of its type of report to councillors, just providing what is a mix of an operational update, high-level operational update, and a bit of a strategic overview in terms of the direction of the new group, which was finalised in November 2024. So I will take the report as read. Happy to provide any responses to questions you may have, and also direction around how you might like these reports in the future.
Puddington.
Thanks, Beth. Hey, are we still getting the automated gates for Sea Bay? And we're talking about a new system to count people, the 38 that go to Pleasant Point a day, 57 to Temuka. Do we really need, I'm frightened that the cost of an automated system will far outweigh the numbers going in. So can you give us a rundown of how that works?
Okay, so to provide clarity, the automated gates are only applicable to Sea Bay, and that's quite important because we've got a significantly higher volume of people moving through there. It's also a security factor. The systems that we're currently using, which is Lynx, is working out at the district pools, and that's for the first time we are actually collating and collecting data on usage there. It's just that the gates at Sea Bay themselves have been delayed. We had hoped that they'd be delivered and installed prior to the Christmas holidays. That has not eventuated.
Councillor Pye.
So what system are you putting in?
So the system that's currently in place is called Lynx. That one is working, yes. We are exploring alternative options as well for a combined point of sale and data collection system that will be consistent across all venues.
Okay, I just might, again, for the number of things that you sell and different things, I just want to make sure we're not going to buy a deluxe system to count 10 people and sell 3 pies.
So the system itself, we have fully explored what that's going to look like, and what we've done is considerable research into that, and for about 12 months now, I think, since the Recreational Services has been sitting with me. That will be, in my view, it's absolutely worthwhile. It gives us some really solid data in the decisions that we need looking at usage, but we're also weighing up that with a very clear cost-benefit analysis, and that's also been reported through to ARC, I believe.
I actually just wanted to say I thought this report was fantastic. It gave us a really good overview of all the different parts of this group, and I've really appreciated it, so thank you.
Yeah, likewise, I think it's a great example of some amazing things happening across the group. So thanks to you and your team, and to the point that Councillor Scott, and these are the things we take for granted. It's all the things that are happening at the, the gallery and the team with Sensational. It's some really amazing stuff. So my hat off to all the team that are involved in that, and the passion from those ones is amazing as well. It's pretty cool. Just my question around pool numbers is, can we just see the curve at some point as far as peaks and troughs? Because obviously I remember being up there on day one at Pleasant Point, and it was a horrible day. And, there was 2 women that lined up at the gate because they were ready to go. But it'd be just interesting to see where the numbers, they're probably really high numbers at peak, obviously, and what it looks like as far as averages. Be interesting to know. Thanks.
Thanks. I thought it was a really good report. The Sensational thing was exceptional in Geraldine. In fact, some people stayed for an extra couple of days just so they could do every part of it, according to the ladies at the library, which was awesome. I've only just got one question. With the community pools, do they all carry the same amount of lifeguards, and are they all doing the same hours? Or are they doing different hours, so to speak, as far as opening hours, I mean?
Sorry, to clarify, do you mean in terms of the shifts themselves? or the operational hours of the pools?
Yeah, the operational hours of the pool, and do they carry the same numbers as far as lifeguards? So are they all carrying 3 lifeguards all day for the whole hours, or have some got 2 lifeguards, or does that number may not change under regulation, that's all?
So in 2 parts, each pool has their own operating hours, so it's not consistent across all of the season, all of the facilities. Second answer to that is that some lifeguards are doing split shifts, but essentially we have to have minimum of 2 lifeguards on every shift throughout the duration. That will obviously increase depending on whether or not the facility has additional pools or if it's just one. So Geraldine's just got the one, for example, and then obviously we have more outside in Sea Bay. I can't speak to the specific hours in terms of the shifts that people are working, but I can take that on notice and provide you with information if you would like.
Not so much the
Right. So yeah, to my initial point then, no, each pool operates, they've got very similar operating hours, but not all of them are exactly the same. I do have that data, I just don't have it with me, and I can forward you that information.
Just want to ask about, firstly, just want to mention about the automated funding application system, which looks great. So many good things that people are doing in our community, and if we make it easier for them, that gets a big thumbs up from me, so that's great. Just wanted to ask, though, about some of the feedback that I've had on Bookable. So that's been up and running now for a little while. So I've had some feedback about how difficult it has been for some people to use. There are too many things that they say are too difficult for them to work their way through. So what sort of measuring are we doing now that that's up and running, and what is that telling us?
So thank you, Councillor Jackson. We have been in correspondence about this, so I'm aware of the complaints that have come through. We have been, it's been up and running now for about 8 months, so it hasn't been in place for a really long time, but we've been doing a review process. We checked again in at the end of last year and made sure that all of the touch points of the council were involved in that. Just to see what is and isn't working. In terms of the feedback that you've provided, we are actioning that. That is underway at the moment, and we will be liaising with those particular parties. Conversely, we are also getting feedback that it's an excellent system. What's complicated around this is it's very much contingent on the type of booking, the number of people, and where they're hosting it. We do provide support on site through the phone and manually as well when people drop into our service centres so that they can be guided through this process. So it's not as clear cut as it just being not a very good system, or it's working for some people and it's not, but we take all advice and all feedback really on board. We consider all feedback to be valuable, so any suggestions or comments that are coming through, please, this goes to everybody, please send them through. We do take that on board, and where we can tweak things, we certainly are.
And further to that, yeah, thank you for the prompt way in which you responded to that. It was great, thanks.
I just have a couple of comments too. I just want to say congratulations to the recruitment of our lifeguards this summer. We obviously had a pretty rough year last year, and so I think that recruitment strategy has definitely worked. So well done, Beth and team, who have put a lot of energy into that. I also, it was good to see the average numbers, but I think I'm like me and Nigel. I was really pleased to see the average numbers out at Pleasant Point, because I know that's a bit of a controversial pool at the moment. But I think that's great to see that the use is being there. So let's hope that can continue in that space. I also thought it was great that, you know, we've got all our school bookings starting up now, and just being able to, one of the things I get comments about often is that it's not really a complaint. It's our older swimmers, you know, they go to the pool and the pool's closed for our young people, but they're not, it's great that we're now going to open up the outdoor pool and service that. So I think that's a really good compromise for our community. So great initiative there and keeping that open a little bit longer. One of the other things that I would like to question, and it's around the rates, actually, on the 20th of December. And I'm not sure if I've asked this before, but is there any movement on that date? It's always everyone always comes to me about the 20th of December, and it's such a, you know, it's a difficult time of the year, it's Christmas, we've got a million bills and trying to buy presents, but where is a policy, or how can that be changed? Is there flexibility in that? You know, I'd just like to question the 20th of December. I know it's traditional, but I definitely got a lot of calls this year about that, so I was keen to share maybe online, you know, what is our strategy around that, or is there just no movement?
I couldn't tell you, but it's quarterly, so,
Yeah, I know, but
yeah.
but it's sort of like your tax. You don't. The government moves that out until January if you're paying your provisional tax. So what have we got? Yeah, Mayor Nigel.
I think we have discussed this many, many times, and I think one of the things that was encouraged and has changed in the past, we didn't have other payment options, but you can pay direct debit fortnightly, I'm not sure weekly, but you can pay on a regular, so that would be the way around that payment, so I'd be encouraging that move.
I didn't get that last year as first year councillor, but got it this year. It's fascinating, so it was good. I also just wanted to acknowledge the sewing machines and the innovative, really cool idea at the library. I've also received lots of feedback about that. I've been challenged whether or not I should go, and I'm like, oh gosh, haven't got the time, sorry, and I'd be hopeless. But yeah, that's really good to see some, you know, bringing people into the library and using it in a different way. So I look forward to, the next updates on how that is going and if it's being taken up by the council, by our community. And now I've got and the council, Yes.
I'd just like to say thank you to the library staff. So at the end of last year, I ran cognitive stimulation in the public room there. So we used it twice a week for a series of weeks, and the library staff were very accommodating. The space was perfect for people to come and participate in cognitive stimulation while their partners or loved ones rather hung out in the library or went into town. So I just think it's such a valuable community space, and so thankful that we have it available for our community.
And then just to finish off this, I have a challenge out there for the councillors. Currently running at Seabay is creating a green space in the cafe, and so they're encouraging donations of indoor plants and pots. So you could either give me $20 and I'm happy to go out and buy them, or otherwise I think that we should set a wee challenge, and Councillor Booth, you could give me $20 later and I'll go and buy a nice plant on behalf of you in a pot. Wouldn't it be lovely to encourage the green space at Seabay? There you go. I've got to get heaps of money, I can feel it. Okay, so on that positive note, I would like the committee to receive a note. Just get the right words. Receive and note the update report. Moved by Mayor Nigel and seconded by Councillor Pye. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Nice work. Okay, is there any urgent business items? Minor nature. And I think I can close our meeting at 1:55. Thank you very much.
I won't say anything. Welcome to the Commercial Strategy Committee meeting here today. I'd like to welcome Gai, Michael and Rosie from our community boards. Apologies, I guess probably just Councillor Burt. And Scott, Councillor Shannon. Okay, that'll be good. I'll move Michelle and Nige, second that. Okay. Public forum. What's that about? No. Identification of items of urgent business. Identification of items of minor nature. Declaration of conflicts of interest. Okay, Chairperson's report. Well, been to a few council meetings and we've been working on the long-term plan. Been just busy enough really. Confirmation of minutes. Let's see. Oh, okay. I'll move my report. Thank you. Stu, second it. Thank you. Right, confirmation of minutes. So are we happy with the minutes of the previous meeting, 7.1, held on the 14th of November 23? Okay, second that. And Councillor Scott. Thank you. Okay. So that takes us to reports. So let's see, 8.1, actions register update. So look at that.
I've got a question.
Councillor Piddington.
It's kind of an old war horse, but the first one there, scoping project delivery team. In June, we asked the then CEO, so it's not quite the new one's responsibility, to scope out a project delivery team. I'm now told it's going to be in the third and fourth quarter, so taking over a year to do that just seems a bit outrageous. Robinson Crusoe, you know, the old fishing line net, if you actually took some time, we might save some money on projects if we have a team to deliver them. Or are we not doing that? I don't know, but it's just ridiculous the length of time that is taking.
The good news, Councillor Piddington, we are in the third quarter, so it will be done in the next few months. We do have project delivery officers in different areas, and I think like the property one is working really well. You can look at the Agantire project. That person will be looking at the future project, Stadium Museum, so those ones are going well. Andrew's doing some work with the water, and we're also looking at some work in the other areas. I think it's clear to pull those people together and ensure they've got really good project management skills. And we know we've got some weaknesses there we've got to tidy up, but we will come back with what we believe is the right way.
To Nigel, it's also around where the frustration is. We take our people away from business as usual to scope out projects, and so it's trying to relieve them from that, you know, so much pressure on them.
Yep.
Yeah, that's originally where it sort of had come from.
So there are people employed to do this. We just got to make sure they've got the skills to do it. And as Andrew will attest, there's some work to be done in that space. Is that correct? Yeah.
Guess on that though, we'd go back to Lily's days. At these meetings, we get a report on all the projects, where they were at.
I agree, and that we need to get that back to you. Yeah.
Okay, no other comments? Oh, Councillor Pye.
A little bit more of harping on the waste minimisation fees and charges, like, you know, this has been ongoing for over a year, and to have it just undertaken as part of the long-term plan, I thought surely we can just have a quick look into what we budgeted around waste versus what's gone on. Is it the Peel Forest that we haven't, had come across a weighbridge, or is there something else going on there? Because it worries me that we're now nearly into halfway through our second year of making quite a big loss in waste management.
Yeah, and that's an action that's sitting within the council agenda as well, so I was going to bring that up. So but Mr Dixon's up here, and then I just had a clarifying question.
There's two issues going on here. Firstly, is that I don't believe that the curbside collection is actually paying the true cost of the service. There was, at the last LTP 2021, there was a move to separate curbside collection from general landfill operations. And it was good logic around it, and the fact that curbside collection should be a targeted rate to those who receive the service, and the landfill is a district-wide asset and has an overall community good and should be charged through the general rate. The general rate cost never happened. So we reduced the targeted rate, but didn't compensate that with an increase in the general rate. So we have a bit of a shortfall there. We have been making that up through fees and charges, and that has been reasonably successful at the moment. There is a difference at the moment. We're year to date, we're just under $1 million below in revenue, but that is predominantly around Peel Forest, and we did budget for Peel Forest to come across the landfill bridge. That will be the reason for that. But it's something that does need to be addressed in the next long-term plan.
Sorry, Andrew, just to pick up, we were going to move it across to the general rate and we didn't. What does that mean? And why wasn't it done?
That I'm not sure why it wasn't done. It was something to do with the rating model at the time. But it was, so what we're going to do is move it back into the targeted rate. And then so that target rate will reflect the true cost of the waste operation, which will include curbside collection and landfill.
That's great. We've got an answer. We can all breathe on that one, isn't it? One thing I think we just have to be careful, and we talked about this earlier as a group of councillors, was just around our forecast numbers and the logic around why those Rangitata numbers should have been included in the first place. They should have been over and above, is our thinking, that you just have your base projections and any one-offs would be a bonus. Yeah, bonus. You've got more rubbish to deal with. My question just for this, and I'm not sure whether it sits within the actions or not, but when we discussed the delegations paper around budget movements in different budget categories, we said that it would get reported, any budget movements would get reported through the chair and the mayor, and also it would be reported back through through this committee, Commercial and Strategy. There hasn't been any to date, and I've only received from one member of the SLT changes to budget, which was Mr. Cooper. So I'm making an assumption that there has been that this process has been followed completely, and that there's been no budget changes, because that was our point around that, about that transparency. So would I be correct across all the SLT members, you can all nod at me, that there has been no budget changes because council were requested that we were to be made aware of that?
We're reallocating budget, reallocation of budget.
Question to Andrew. Does anyone actually do an audit on and do the numbers around the actual cost of delivering that service and actually how much you're charging? And I guess I'm going to use the organics as an example. I just looked it up before, we charge $93 per tonne across the weighbridge. My first question is, that includes GST. We actually, for that tonne, we actually have to pay for the carbon credit $80. And then we're probably paying the operators of the facility a fee, and is that a 5 or a 10% fee? They wouldn't be doing that for no charge. So simple things like that
who is actually responsible to ensure that we are actually charging an ample margin to cover our costs?
When we review the fees and charges, we take that into account. We actually itemise it all through. And remember, it's $80 per unit. One unit doesn't mean 1 tonne, so it's a lot less than that and built into the fees and charges. And then you have waste levy as well. So we do calculate that out when we calculate those fees and charges. What we need to do is bring that through into the rates. An example is the difference between a small red bin and a large red bin. Yeah, a small one's 140 litres, a big one is 240 litres, but the difference in tonnage is not equivalent there. So the large bin ones are actually getting subsidised. So those sorts of things. We're doing a full review for this long-term plan.
So who does that review? Is that the waste management manager, or have you got an accountant involved in that?
It's done by the waste team, yes, and myself.
Thank you. Okay, is there any, councillor?
Well, can we go back to what Mayor...
So I've heard what the Mayor has to say, and I think that I'll take that back to SLT, and we need to organise a reporting regime for those changes in budgets. Far as I'm concerned, then that leads into the whole finance report and how that is put together. I have a simple view that each standing committee should get the finances of their particular area, and I think that those standing committees should have it as a standard agenda item. You know, when you look at something like infrastructure, it's quite large, and I believe that those projects that we're doing in infrastructure should be talked through and debated in those standing committees. So I'd like to work with Andrea at designing what that would look like so we can bring it. So if each standing committee got their finance that relate to that committee, and then the council got the council as a whole, I think we would be in much better space. Now, that's just an idea, and I think this is the right committee to talk that through. Because at the moment it's all meant to come here, and I'm not quite convinced that that's the right place. So I'll take direction from council or from this standing committee.
Yeah, well, obviously I'm quite happy with that. Any other discussion?
Yeah, look, happy to support that. I mean, I think the reason why all of council were really interested in that, because we stepped away from changing delegations because we were told that we would get that reporting. The reason why we were wanting to see that was because in our reporting, financial reporting, as an example, we'd seen some savings being made at the financial year when we're expecting to go under in a certain budget. The money had effectively been used. So, as an example, you've got road seal extension. We know we're not spending that money. We would be expecting, and we haven't been told that that's been moved in any shape or form, we would be expecting that to come through with it in a saving, to be reported as a saving, and that's the driver for it. So that's what we need about that transparency. So that's the key driver. If we can get a system without changing delegations, that's ideal, but otherwise we'll just bring that back, the delegations back.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll wrap that one up there, and we'll move on to report 8.2, continuous improvement update, user experience. Move it. Oh, okay. We'll move the actions. Nigel. Councillor Scott. Thank you. Continuous improvement update user experience. So is someone going to speak to that? Sam.
Thank you. Kia ora, Mr Chair, Mayor and councillors. For the community funding project, the current process for the funding application is very manual. We're in the process of exploring alternatives to implement an automated system that will enhance the user experience for both internal and external customers. The Shira Project 2.0 has successfully been launched on the 22nd of January. The key features of this upgrade includes improved user experience, new reporting module, a new wellbeing section, a documentation module, and much more. There is also an Ashura mobile app ensuring easy use for our employees to access on site. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So, is that the, any comment on that? Well, I'll move that that be accepted, received and noted. And Councillor Parker? Councillor Jackson? Seconder. Okay. Thank you very much. Consideration of urgent business. Bad debts. Yeah, well, that's down here, isn't it? Okay. Oh, yeah, right, bad debts. Oh, yeah, right. But we've got to go into public exclusion for that, haven't we?
There's two.
Oh, okay. Righto. Okay. 8.3, bad debts written off as of 31st December 2023.
Councillor Booth, I'm happy to move that.
Okay, moved by the Mayor, Mayor Bowen.
Just before we move that, on the bad debts, can I ask some general questions? And I've gone into the secretive word. Yeah, I know, but it's just general questions around it that the public will be interested in. Why do we write off debts that are only 1 or 2 years old?
Those debts have been agreed by the senior leadership team that they're not recoverable.
So have they been to a debt agency?
The ones that are 2 years old, no.
Okay, because there's just one in there that's a company that owes us $2,500. The person still lives in the area. Why would we be writing it off? There'd be surely some process where the director is responsible for it.
Can we discuss that in the public excluded? And then
I guess, I'm not specifically, but I'm just interested, and the public will be interested in how the process works, because we also seem to have repeat offenders. So do we not have a system that actually says, you've got a debt with us, you're not getting X or Y till you pay that debt, rather than run up a list of debts? I'm just interested in what our process is, without naming specific people or processes. It just seems to me a bit odd.
Yeah, so there is a process around the collection of bad debts, and we do send them to debt collection, and then at a certain point in time we write them off. I can't say why we would have these repeat offenders. That would be the teams in charge of those particular areas. Finance will take guidance from them. So when it comes to repeat offenders, they would have to answer those questions.
Well, could someone from one of those teams come up and explain to me why we do have repeat offenders? I'm just interested, because we're trying to save money, yet we let people with debts increase those debts.
Perhaps they
One is property. If property wants to come up, there's a lot of debt in the properties.
If they don't own property, though, we can't really, if they're rated citizen, we've got some leverage against them, but perhaps we don't have leverage.
For my corner, through you, Mr. Chair, it depends. Sometimes there's a negotiated outcome for some disagreement around service delivery, or some outcome that was meant to be delivered or meant to happen but didn't happen in a satisfactory way. There might be a negotiation. Other times we might write, it depends, but it's often in planning when there's a disagreement about a fee, which is partly why the last time We decided to front load it by taking a higher deposit. If you remember, we came last year with an increase in fees, so that we had the money in the bank, and then if there was a disagreement at the end of the process, we could have the negotiation, but at least we had the money. But that's where that sits. In other times, in all honesty, it might be cheaper to write it off than to chase it. That's not always the case because, for example, parking tickets, they only get $12 or something we recover, and it costs us a couple of grand to go to court and recover that. But we do make a point of going to court with all those fines that aren't paid. So there's a variety of reasons in my corner, and it's very rare that we would, I know that councillors are concerned that we just give it up because we're lazy or it's a hard process and we haven't got the time to do it, but that's not often the case, yeah.
I guess in the case, Paul, where you've negotiated, if we had an asterisk, negotiated result would make sense to me, but there are a number in the $1,000 plus category that, you know.
And maybe we could improve our reporting when we go through that process. Yep. Thanks.
Nothing else? Okay, so... Okay, yeah, I'll receive and note that report. So, yeah, Mayor Bowen, Councillor Pine. Thank you. Okay, consideration of urgent business. Consideration of minor nature. There is none. Public forum items requiring consideration. None of those? Good, okay. That takes us to exclusion of public. So, could I have a mover to put, okay, Councillor Mayor Bowen, Councillor Scott, and move us into public excluded. So,
Alrighty, welcome everyone. Thank you. Welcome to the council meeting, first full council meeting for the year. I'd like to welcome everyone and get you to all be upstanding, and I'd like to invite Martin up to lead us in prayer.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jesus, that we can come together and just really pray for this meeting, but also pray for the year ahead. I pray that you would give us wisdom as we lead and guide and do different things within inside of our community. So I pray a blessing upon this time and bless this council meeting. Amen.
Brilliant. Please stay upstanding, and I'll ask Councillor Parker to lead us in our way.
Kia kotoe, akuai mare, maringi atura, kia kotoe, rangi tata ki runga puri ora kira, kitai o atama kitu marawe,
It was beautiful. Please be seated. Obviously everyone's been busy learning over the Christmas break, so that's fantastic to see. Look, we'll kick into the meeting. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to members of the public. Also, we've got Nicola, Anna, Janine and Rosie from the respective community boards. Great to have you with us. I appreciate you making the time to attend. So call for apologies. There is none. No public forum that I'm aware of. Urgent business. Any urgent business? Mine in nature. Councillor Parker, apologies. Councillor Piddington, got the P right. Theatre role.
Yeah, just I guess one of the biggest questions I've been asked is how much are the ratepayers going to pay? We talk a big number, so I just want to talk briefly about that.
Yeah, so, and that information is going to be in the public workshop tomorrow as well, which will be, yeah, that's fine, which will be live streamed as normal. Alrighty, so any other minor nature? No. Conflicts of interest? Any conflicts of interest? I've just got one in regard to 9.9, which is the alcohol policy, and I've asked Deputy Mayor Shannon to chair that item. Any other conflicts? No. We'll go now to confirmation of minutes. So minutes of the council meeting on 28 2023. Can I have a mover for that, please? Councillor Burt, second to Councillor Booth. Put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes 7.2, council meeting 12th of December 2023. Can I have a mover for that? Yeah, Councillor Parker, thank you. Councillor Jackson, appreciate that. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Minutes of the extraordinary council meeting on the 30th of Jan. I'll move that from here. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Shannon, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Schedules of functions attended by the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, councillors. Thank you also for those that prior to Christmas attended some engagements on my behalf while I was at a 100th birthday. I appreciate that. I'll move that from the chair. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Scott, perfect, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Functions attended by the Chief Executive at 8.2. I will move that from the chair. Councillor Scott again. Perfect, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Move now to page 37, which is fixing the common seal, 9.1, just normal business. Can someone move that for me, please? Yeah, Councillor Booth, thank you. And Councillor Scott, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We move now to actions register update, and as we've done this morning, we'll just whip through these items. So budget reallocation trial, we had some discussion around that this morning, and the Chief Executive is over that one. Work ongoing, the trial opening Arangi Stadium Park. I know there's conversations behind the scenes tied to the future of the stadium development. Is there any discussion on that? So we've got the event funding workshop, date to be confirmed. Ombudsman report, there's some stuff in today's meeting on that. There's a few other things which I know will take some time. So there's ongoing work on investigation of payment for Freedom Campers, and they are only in the December meeting, so I'm conscious of that. We talked about traffic management investigation and other alternate to save or look at some potentials on alternate delivery. There's ongoing work on that, which we discussed this morning also. Subcontracting across council, ongoing. Has that been picked up specifically? I know a lot of this, Mr Dixon, lands with you. Has that been started as such yet, or work in progress? So that was the investigate subcontracting across council. Underway. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And we'll just track that through this action registrar. Move now to small trades. That'll be ongoing. Comfortable with that. That will take some time to do the work. We talked also about the OIA. Councillor Piddington raised that this morning in regard to Wakatahi, which we know will be action. We'll follow that up. And then the waste loss investigation. I know we did discuss this morning, and we might just touch on that when we go through the budget item. As far as where we want to get to with that. Agenda prep. I think this is a key one for both chairs, and I think we'll leave it to chairs and SLT just to drive this as far as agenda prep. So I think we all need to take some ownership for that. Quarterly activity reports, note there's some information, parks information to be available. I think that's really good. So for those that aren't aware, that's quarterly activity reports to include a forward work program. It's very much around transparency in the community. So we don't surprise you to say that we're working out a tree in front of your property, that it's transparent in the council and public arena, so you know and get the opportunity in a timely fashion to feedback on that. Quarterly underutilisation of assets, that will be ongoing.
Sorry, Nigel.
Yes, Councillor Piddington.
Can we get a date around that?
That one?
We said it in December, it was going to be tabled at the next meeting. So otherwise they just slide. And I mean, there must be a list of assets we're not using, can't be that hard.
Yeah, so I think, Nicole, that is going to sit with you. Yep, so just for those that wouldn't have been able to pick that up, so Ministry of Infrastructure, property manager working together, and that'll come to our next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Piddington. And then the template for financial impact, which is a good one, Councillor Piddington, from last time, and that will come through as and where is necessary, such as the likes of the theatre, stadium, well, anything really, whether it's subdivision, whatever. So that's really good. Any further questions, discussion around those action? A lot in there, but so with this, I know we talked about it last time. There's going to be some reminders sent out from the staff, so you can feed into that. So there's any requests that get formally made through this process. So that'll kick in this New Year's for the next meeting. So you've got timely manner. So if you're wanting to feed anything into that, can you probably just in the first instance feed that into Alicia? Yeah, Cool. Okay, so I'm happy to move the actions register. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Shannon. Thank you. Put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Cool. Okay, 9.3, release of public excluded reports. Just sort of business as usual. I don't really think we need anyone to speak to this, but the recommendation is that the council notes the following public excluded reports have been released to the public. So that's the purchase of property. I think that's had a media story, and also the appointment of Civil Defence Emergency Management Controllers and Recovery Manager. Any discussion on that? Just sort of business as usual now, which is fantastic. I'm happy to move that from the chair. Councillor Jackson, happy to second that. Perfect. We'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we move now to the first more substantial item on the agenda, which is 9.4, and that's the Arangi Park Sports Stadium's options. And I'll welcome Mr Dixon, Group Manager of Infrastructure, to come and talk to this. And I'm just conscious, team, of the size of the agenda. So I think we're pretty much all on the same page as where this will head. So we probably don't need to spend oodles of time on it, but I'll pass to you just for a brief introduction, Mr Dixon, and then we can move forward. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. So this report is about really presenting another option that has been identified as part of an investigation looking at reducing the cost of this project, and that has been the main driver here. So the option that is here is an extension of the existing stadium out over the netball courts towards the north. That allows us to basically keep the existing stadium, and the extension strengthens it as well. So we won't be an earthquake-prone building should this extension go ahead. There is advantages in that. You've got the existing stadium has a lot of multi-purpose functionality attached to it. It's not just a sports stadium. It's got a floor that can be used for other purposes. It's got commercial kitchens, etc. So there is some advantages in that. And I guess you avoid the costs of actually having to demo it and then reinstate that into court area. Whereas the new 10-court stadium, yes, it's a nice stadium. It will generally be used for just sports, and you do have that cost of potentially cost of demolition and reinstating it, because you are going to be taking all of your netball courts, which are used for tennis courts as well during the summer. So you'd lose that at the same time if you didn't do the demolition. So yeah, it is about cost. We presented it as another option here. We have talked to the user reference group about the two options. There's general support among that group. And yeah, so I'll pass it over to discussion.
Brilliant, thanks, Mr Dixon. I'll take a couple of comments, questions, and then we'll move it forward. Councillor Puddington.
Yeah, I was at the user group. The sports are still excited. They just want us to get on and do something. So, look, I've got no problem at all with what's going on there. I do have a question, though, if we pass this and we move to the design and build option, how soon that would come, because every timeline we've had to move. So I'm hoping that can follow up relatively quickly, and if we could have an update of that timeline for the users, that would be great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Just through you, Mr Chair, Nicole will be pulling that together, and as soon as this has been ratified, we'll be straight onto it, and then we'll get the timeline sorted from there.
Perfect, thank you. And Councillor Puddington, would you like to move that? Thank you. Any further questions, discussion? Councillor Shannon, sorry.
Yeah, just a quick question with regards to the space that the existing stadium is sitting on. If we went with the option of the full new build on the courts, that releases that space for future growth in car parks or hockey turfs or the likes, doesn't it? But we don't have any more space for future growth of any codes, do we, if we do go with this option?
Yeah, you probably don't have a lot of space without taking further car parking away. You're certainly lacking in flat area. But I suppose there is still that western side of the park which could be utilised. You know, you could lose the cricket oval, for instance, if you needed to do future expansion. Yeah. So it's a big park, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, so I'll go Councillor Puckett and then we'll go Councillor Scott. Thanks, Councillor Puckett.
Thank you. Andrew, with keeping the old build and strengthening it, would it be suitable for civil defence in the future? Will the new build and the strengthened old build be suitable for civil defence centre in the future?
Yeah, in both options, it could be suitable for civil defence. Yes, it would be. As a welfare centre, not as a response centre, so it would meet IL3, not IL4, but it could still be used for that welfare side of things.
Yeah, which is what the requirement is that we would need. Yep, so that fits. Councillor Scott, to finish, and would you like to second that, Councillor Scott,
Yes,
as well?
I will, after I've gone through a couple of questions, please. There was a couple of surprises in there, so I just want to clarify a couple of those. Page 59.13, it states that if we were to do the extension, that obviously the existing outdoor courts would not be available, but in this report it also says that the netball pavilion will not be available for use during this time, and that is a surprise to me, and I want to, have we consulted with netball on that? Because that is significant, and their own building. So I question whether we can evict someone from their own building. First question.
In regard to the netball pavilion, if you went for the 10-court stadium, the build comes very close to it, so it potentially would be in the construction zone, and that's why it wouldn't be available. If you did the 6-court extension, then there is quite a bit of gap there. I don't see that impacting on the netball pavilion.
I was a little, being part of the reference group for the last 3 years, I was a little bit upset to see on page 60.23 that there feels like there'd been no cost savings to a new build, where I feel that our reference group over the last 12 months have worked very hard at getting the cost down from 28 million to 23 by visiting pretty much every sports facility in the South Island and looking at ways to save money. So, you know, I would like just to acknowledge that group of people that have worked really hard to get, you know, try and get the best thing for our community at the, not the cheapest cost, but, you know, the best cost for our community. So, yeah, I just want to acknowledge their hard work with that. They have worked hard to reduce that cost, so that needs to be acknowledged. I also want to note one of the big things in our long-term plan was that there is a community fundraise element to this. It has been set at 10% of the build, so I'd like to acknowledge that that 10% will still be granted. So if we're a miracle and we get it down to 17 million, that it will still be 10%, because I won't be going out for 2.8 million if it's 15%. So I want to know that we all still agree that it's a 10% community fundraise.
10% is 10%.
Thank you very much.
In my view, can't make it any more or less.
And just the final one is point 28. We've acknowledged that due to the carrying out the investigation work, that some earthquake strengthening to the existing building is required. Have we communicated to the current users that that work needs to be carried out immediately, and will there be any impact to our community on closure of that during this time?
Probably hasn't been communicated at this point. We're still getting the design done, and then we'll understand better what is required in the actual construction. But indications are, and our structural engineers have assured us, that the work can actually be done without much disruption to the actual users of the stadium.
Note, you know, just coming into that transition from summer to winter sport, winter is extensive in there. So just, you know, really good communications to our community would be awesome. Just so they can plan as well, because, you know, we're netball's starting, basketball, you know, all kids, secondary school sport, everything's back up and running. So, you know, if we need to shut down, we can only utilise 2 courts for whatever, we really need to communicate that. But other than that, I would love to second this. I look very much forward to giving this to stadium professionals once we've gone through the tender and procurement space and really seeing what the professionals can do with this. And I know the community is super excited, so thank you for all your work to date.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Scott. And look, you raise a really good point that I just want to echo as the community group, and I'd just like to acknowledge Councillor Scott and Councillor Piddington's involvement with this, but they haven't been asking for the Rolls-Royce model. It's about a community facility that, you know, delivers sports for, you know, for everyone. It's not about, you know, hosting the Silver Ferns. It's about, you know, local sport done well, if you like. I borrowed that from Local Water done well. Did you see that? Anyway, timing, nice timing that it's got the first reading today in Parliament. Anyway, I was digressing, but I've got a mover and a seconder. Any further discussion? No, brilliant. I'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Mr Dixon. Really appreciate it. So that was 9.4, move to 9.5 and 9.6, and welcome Mr Abbott to come for these items. And this partly is on the back of the Ombudsman report and what our next steps are. So I'll pass to you, Mr Abbott, for 9.5.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillors. The public excluded meetings and workshops policy is as a result of the Ombudsman's investigation into council meeting and workshop practices. At the Audit and Risk Committee meeting in November of last year, it was resolved to present to this council the policy as reviewed by them, with subject to 2 amendments. And those amendments were the inclusion of a joint delegation to the Chief Executive and the Mayor to release previously excluded documents, and to make it very clear that the accountability for record keeping of meetings actually rested with council as a whole and not with officers. So before you is the recommendation to receive and adopt the public excluded meetings report, workshops policy, the report that went to ARC last year, and the policy itself. This policy, in terms of consultation, has been viewed by the Office of the Ombudsman, and some minor adjustments and tweaks have been brought into that already. So there's been clear visibility around that from that part. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms Abbott. Questions? Anything? No, really good report. Really comfortable with that. Obviously, we've had some viewing of this, and it's just putting to bed a few other things that we needed to do, bearing in mind that I think by the time the report would come out, the majority of the sort of recommendations were in place. So I appreciate all those that have worked on that. So I'm happy to move that from the chair. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Burt, thank you. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So 9.6 now, and update on the report by the Ombudsman. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Again, the Ombudsman, as part of that review, has asked for periodic reports in terms of actions and activities in support of his report. That update is provided for you, and I'll take that as read if I could. The timing sequences are the report that went to that office in August of last year, and progress that's occurred since that time. Just a point to note, I've listed in there under discussion point 9 the other councils that were subject to this report, and noted that none of the larger metropolitan centres were actually viewed at the time. Also to note, and this may have been covered previously, that the Ombudsman has jurisdiction over the Lagoima, but workshops that are not considered part of Lagoima, he can only make his expectations voiced, and those are covered by here. We've considered those to be matters of best practice or good and developing practice on council, and have adopted those largely in terms of the way we're conducting our business now. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Any questions, any points of clarification? Yeah, Councillor Scott, thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for this report. I just wondered, do we have requirements about when these actions need to be closed out? Because we've got comments from August, and then we've got comments from January, and a lot actually a lot have not progressed, and so I just wondered, is there a time frame for completing the actions?
Through you, Your Worship, I believe that the actions have progressed and progressed quite well. Where there's no significant movement from August to now indicates, by and large, that that action was completed in August. So, with the exception of some changes to our Info-Council templates and the availability of the Info-Council people to actually make those changes. So you have a point in particular?
Just through you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering whether we add to this report the next time it comes, whether we believe it's closed or not.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's our opinion it was closed. If you take on page 81, number 2, you know, continue to strengthen communication between reporters and reviewers, I think that's pretty strong now. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, it's closed.
That would be handy, because I didn't write out every single one. I thought, why have we not progressed that? But I'm happy to feed that back in. You know, the first one worries me the most is, and I'm sure there's an internal document, you know, around identifying barriers for staff to feel safe raising concerns. And we've got comments on there on the 8th of August, we've got comments on the 22nd of January, but we're going out to do another survey. And I just, you know, so, I mean, that's great that we're doing that, but I'd love to see the results of that. And, you know, if it's concerns with people at this table, then we need to address it. And so, you know, it'll be good to see the results of some of that. Yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, it's not a survey that we're taking on the 27th of February. It's an interactive council officer workshop that will explore the relationship between this forum and the council organisation in terms of preparedness, writing and presentation of reports. And this then becomes part of our induction process as well. So not something that I would consider to be dealt with in one session. This is a very iterative process around how we deal with our staff and treat our staff.
Goes back to my question, when do we close it out?
I don't believe that point will actually ever be closed out personally. You know, if we're looking at a continuous improvement mechanism, this is one that we continually strive to better at.
So we continue to report to the Ombudsman.
Sorry, through the Chair, I'm conscious that in terms of the response to the Ombudsman, we can close these matters out.
That is my question.
That's the question. And yes, in response to how we progress the development of this organisation, that will be iterative and ongoing.
You're comfortable with that? Councillor Piddington.
Yeah. Point 12 on page 84, in August we said we're continuing an investigation to a system to allow members of the public to subscribe to receive notifications. Have we done that? Because my spam box is full every morning of stuff that people that send notifications to me. I'm thinking that can't be that hard.
Through you, Your Worship, we believe that that the communication methods we're using at the moment are certainly effective, but if there are alternatives or options that are being presented in your spam box, Councillor, we'd be happy to receive those and action them.
No, this is your point. You were investigating it.
I believe that the mechanisms we have for making meeting dates and times more visible to the public via our website and social media platforms appear to be effective. So from that point of view, I'm satisfied that that's complete, but if there are other mechanisms that people are seeking in terms of having those dates and times more visible, then we'll certainly consider them. But we'd need to know what they are, what their views are.
So sorry, there's a gentleman behind you asked me what dates the council meetings were on, and if they could subscribe to a system rather than having to search that just comes to their inbox, which is the suggestion in number 12, and I'm asking whether we've completed that.
We haven't completed an automatic download of meeting dates to inboxes at this time, no. But we have full visibility of council meetings on our website and on our social media platforms, particularly Facebook.
Yeah, so what you're suggesting is an email that may or may not go into your spam box, but reminds you that, hey, there's a council meeting in X amount of days' time, which should, I'm not IT savvy, but we get it from everywhere else, so I'm sure we can look to do that. Yeah.
We'll bring that back to the next meeting.
Perfect. Thank you. Any further questions? Good piece of work, and obviously we had the final report, but prior to that we had a draft report, so this, feels like it's been going on for, and it I've gone on for almost 2 years. It's a long time. I know there's been a lot of feedback into this stuff, and I think probably now we can safely say that we're very much operating as far as a council of best practice in these. And you can always improve, but we're operating in a pretty high level, I would expect.
Through you, again, Your Worship, just to reinforce that, we've attended a number of online meetings with Tai Tuara and others, and I would say that we are well progressed ahead of quite a large number of other councils who are still struggling with these matters. And the themes that came through from the Ombudsman's report are consistent across the 8 councils that were reviewed at the time.
Brilliant. Thank you. Really important work. I'm happy to move that. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Jackson. Yeah. Further discussion? All good. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Brilliant. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Move now to 9.7, which is financial result. Annual plan. Oh, yep. And welcome.
I'm not talking to this one.
Andrea. Alrighty. Who's leading off? Mark again. Mr. Abbott, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. The report before you is the annual plan 6-monthly performance report. And the objective of this report is to provide you with a perspective or overview of a number of key performance indicators that considers both in the non-financial performance area and in the financial performance area. I've noted, or we have noted in this report, a number of highlights by activity group and asset area, which I'll take as read, and a number of those points have been discussed in committee workshops already this morning. In terms of KPI year-to-date results to the end of December, we have approximately 10% of KPIs that are nearly achieved, 3% not achieved. I would suggest that the relevance of these becomes more apparent as we move towards the assessment of the full year activities. The reporting from asset managers and activity managers is that a high level of confidence in achieving the majority of KPIs. Clearly there will be some in terms of waste diversion and contamination control in the waste sector, and water supply will be ongoing, but by and large in terms of activity areas we are tracking fairly comfortably against our KPI indicators. If you have any questions on that, I'm happy to deflect that to the asset groups and activity groups involved, or I'm more than happy to pass over the financials to Andrea.
I just have one question on the KPIs.
That's
On page 91, the roading and footpaths, what is the KPI? It just says percentage of customer service requests responded to within 10 days. We've got the result, but it doesn't say what the actual KPI is.
I had the same question. What was the target? 36.31 seems low. But so, yeah, what are we aiming for? Susie, are you aware? So that's welcome.
Yes, so it's 70% responded to within 10 working days. There's always a challenge with the system, so the response time is we'll go out and actually look and program the fault, but there's a bit of a delay between the technical, there's the what we call the RAM system that goes out to the contractor, and then talking to the internal CRM system, so the actual response is generally met. However, we don't have the physical evidence that is the case.
Yeah, so the response is being made. Oh, you say, yeah, okay, yeah, no.
And the response might not be a repair at that moment in time.
Totally.
It could be programmed, but yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just before you go, I'm just going to clarify that as CEO. So we had 471 land transport related CRMs, and we responded 36% of them within 10 days. But what I'm hearing from you is we probably did more responses, but the system is not picking that up. Is that correct?
That's correct. We do have a system that sorts it. We're still fine tuning it. There is, a API that goes between the two, and it just depends on how the contractor closes off the information in the CR in the RAM system itself. So it's just a technical issue, but of course, audit look at the technicality, not what we deliver.
So how far off do you think we are, the 70%?
That would be a bit of a guess, but I think generally speaking, when our CRMs come through, we're there within the week to go and have a look at the issue. Yeah.
Councillor Parker.
Good question, just on key highlights and issues. Public toilets, a new toilet block identified at Caroline Bay with installation not likely till next financial year. So where is that toilet block being situated, and with that toilet block and a minor renovation to Station Street next year, that will be the whole of that budget taken up?
And it's also subject to the confirmation of the capital program, etc. as well. So
where's the allocation of the toilet block on Caroline Bay?
a question probably for Nicole. Thank you.
Apologies, just repeat the question again.
Whereabouts is the new toilet block at Caroline Bay to be installed?
We haven't determined some of the areas that we investigated. It's too difficult for the plumbing to go in where a lot of the users of the playground anticipated. We are actually exploring an option with the ice cream shop that's part of the Caroline Bay Association. There is actually a block annexed to that small building that has plumbing in it and was old toilets, I believe. So we're investigating that as an option to bring that back out of hibernation, basically, which will save us actually having to put a whole new toilet in. We are getting people talking to us about the issue of children and having to escort children to the other toilets. I appreciate they're there, but it is a low-lying issue that is forming with no proximity of toilets closer than 5 minutes walk or so away. But for a young child, they're finding an issue. We'll explore it. If we can do it and we have the funds, we will come back to this table with all the plans and the information. And if we can't, we'll equally come back and let you know. Yeah. Thank you.
So those toilets are actually currently open anyway, the ones near the, or certainly at
The
peak
ones
season.
by the bird cage, yes. Yeah.
And then the
there's
other
some
ones
more.
near the ice cream kiosk are open.
So we want to look at actually how we keep those open for the duration of the,
For the,
which will probably solve the issue, and better signage to that.
signage and what have you, so use
might make it
existing,
easier.
which would make some sense.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll go to Councillor Booth.
My question's for Nicole.
Yeah.
Social housing.
Yes.
It would be quite handy if you actually had perhaps a percentage of where your occupation was and how many were perhaps empty, just to give us a bit of a benchmark on a regular basis.
Yep, I get monthly reports, so I will actually start to feed that in. And at this current time, we have 219 flats that have now been leased out. We have another 5 that are just coming on stream, and some others that we're repairing that are still under Healthy Homes. So of the 236, we've now made significant inroads to leasing out, and we're doing some enabling works to take our units into what we call a 1-bed, which is actually more preferable to the market. So we're not actually extending the footprint, we're just changing some of the layout inside. So we're up at 219 now, fully leased.
And out of the
236.
Okay, that's great. Well, just it might be a percentage.
Absolutely, yeah.
That'd be great, thank you.
No, I can do that.
Perfect, thank you. Look, and congratulations to your team. I know Diane's doing a fantastic job in that space, so it's great to see she's done really good work. Further questions? Any on the financials? You want to kick in? Yep. Who wants to go first? Councillor Fiddington.
Happy on the financials. I guess at the top we've got an operating deficit of 2.64, which is unfavourable to the budget by 5.5 million. What are we doing to address that? Because if I extrapolate out 2.5, we're going to be 5 million short in operating, which does concern me.
Okay, Councillor Piddington. The results are exactly that. So we do have some timing issues with our revenue. So that is part of parcel, particularly with some of the bigger projects. And we also have, we're working hard with staff to try and pull the costs back. So while we're 880 over in personnel costs, that is a factor of a number of one-off events that we've had to deal with, and they should not continue. The depreciation expenses on budget as it should be. The finance costs, we are facing higher rates as everyone else is, so that's, and plus the borrowing levels. And the other expenses, we're holding those really tight. Now, the initial forecast on this was, you can see the forecast line in the middle there, in the second last to right column, it says $10 million deficit. Now, initially that forecast was 15, and we've done some significant work, particularly on other expenses to pull it back. So we are examining our costs as much as we can. We are also challenging each other on our revenue lines to ensure that we pull that deficit back as much as possible.
Yeah, I think the key concerns obviously in the financing costs, and I mean it flows through to some of the policies sitting within their LTP, but also to have that flexibility on the annual basis so we can adjust for interest rate changes, I think is key. It's something we discussed about. Obviously another one topical for elected members is getting on top of the waste deficit. I know we've had some discussions which is really important, so yeah, we certainly welcome the progress. I'll go now to Councillor Booth.
Thank you. Of the revenue of 60 million, is there any non-cash items such as, I guess, unrealised gains on bonds or any vested assets or anything like that?
I'm going to get you a T-shirt, vested asset.
The only essential non-cash that's in there is the interest rate swaps around the hedging. So essentially we put through a journal on a monthly basis, then it's recognised in physical cash on a quarterly basis. Vested assets are a one-time a year, June 2024 transaction.
The amount of is 1.1 million, is that right? The unrealised gain that you've done a book entry on is 1.1 million, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. So just looking on page...
So Councillor Booth, just on that, when the vested assets do come in, that forecasted $10 million loss will reduce. So it will come down, albeit they are a non-cash item, but they do come through the revenue lines and they do hit our balance sheet.
There was quite a large amount from Waka Kotahi come through for 9.8 million against budget of 6. Does that mean that is that a matter of timing, or is that actually because we've spent roughly 10 million on roading and we've claimed 9?
Yes, so it means that we've spent the money. So what was it, 9 million? So we've spent around 20 million. So we had a really good start to the construction season, better than we thought we'd have, especially particularly doing the Ewan Road work that we did out in Temuka. So we were able to claim subsidy earlier than we had budgeted at the start of the year.
How much more roading have you got planned before the end of the financial year?
We'll meet the available budget sitting within the approved budget.
What's the quantum of that?
There's not a huge amount of significant works to do, but there is the ongoing maintenance, a couple of small works, so it's probably more like, you know, 3/4 spent, quarter to go.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to work out what your potential subsidy you're going to get back from Waikatahi. So you've had 9, and you're going to spend, say, another 4 or 5. That means you've got 2 to come, potentially.
Following the extra bit of money that we did get confirmed prior to Christmas, it will be a bit higher than that, more like 5.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So on page 99, other revenue and corporate activities, the 999,000, what is that? $99?
That was the Three Waters funding transition support from Internal Affairs, 2.3.
Okay. And the 1.95, I assume that's interest from our own finance, from THL, is it? Below it? No, 1.965, finance revenue.
Your finance revenue?
So the finance revenue, $1 million of that is interest that we've received from the bank.
Okay, and we go down, so that's interest we received from the bank, okay, so I just see further down there in operating expenditure, finance costs, we've got, you've got in the budget 885,000 and the actual was 2.35. Surely our budgets and that shouldn't be so far out, and certainly should be updated as you go along to reflect actually what's going on.
So that has been done in the forecast, because the original annual plan budget was at 3.62%, whereas at the moment we're closer to 4-5%.
So why is this? Why wouldn't you update it here then?
Because the annual plan's
That's
an
the
annual
annual
plan, but we've updated it in the forecast, so the forecast will be what essentially we'll work towards at year end.
Yeah, okay.
Councillor Pye.
Just along those lines of what Councillor Booth's asking, is I fail to understand how when we set this budget, we did not have a better grip on what our interest costs were going to be, because they haven't risen that much in 6 months. And we must know what we've got fixed, at what rates, and what's going to come on floating. And I just feel like we probably need to get better at budgeting our interest, because it was a problem last year, it's a problem. But my actual question is on the whole council, sorry, I've just lost my page. On the whole of council on page 96, before the CE alluded to some personnel costs in this current period, but we're forecasting to be $3 million out on our personnel costs by the end of the year. So what is going on between now and the end of the year? Because I thought you had just said we'd dealt with some issues and...
So in our personnel budget, there is a line known as a vacancy factor. That vacancy factor, when the budgets were set, was a balancing number to get to a number in your annual plan. Now, if your vacancies are not running as high as normal, then you are going to exceed budget. So we have a fixed establishment of staff. They apply this vacancy factor to say that number of people will not be here during the year, so there's your budget. Now, I'm not a fan of vacancy factors, because when you get a situation like this where you do employ the staff, you blow your budget. That is what it is.
Really leads to another point, which is when we're looking at these budgets in future, I think it's really important for this table to know what the assumptions are.
Yep.
So what is the underlying interest rate? What is the vacancy factor? What are all of those assumptions? Because I think that's what we've missed in the past.
Yeah. Now, that needs to be described well through the annual plan, and when we come to the long-term plan, again, those assumptions need to be well described to you. When you look at this set of financials in the forecast, as I said, the other expenses, the original forecast was we were going to spend 65 million. So we've pulled that back just by looking at what we're spending the money on and also what our staff are currently doing. So there's a bit of a trade-off there, but the net trade-off has been positive. Now, when you do look at the actuals, and if you look at that revenue, 3.6 under, 3.6 of that is one transaction, and that is the subsidy for the Theatre Royal. We've got budgeted 3.6 in the first 6 months. We have drawn 0. Okay, so that if that 3.6 had been drawn, we'd be on budget overall. The next line, if the interest rates, as you said, were at the right rates, there would only be 400 over, and that is predominantly staffing. So we're within Kui. There's some timing issues here, and there are some issues that will be permanent. And we are pushing through, the entire SLT is pushing hard to keep these costs down as much as possible. We've gone out to our own staff to look at savings initiatives, and they're coming up with ideas. And those ideas are not hundreds, they're actually thousands, tens of thousands of dollars of ideas to save money. So the team is doing a great job on that. And we've got to keep that going. But the trick is turn it from ideas to implement. Yeah.
And I appreciate the good work the team have been doing, but we're still forecasting a $5 million overspend on our expenses for the year. And I think the problem has actually been not understanding the assumptions in the budget or not budgeting the right amount as opposed to blowing out the budget.
Yep, correct. And I think that's when we get into our workshop tomorrow. There's a risk of that as well for this year because, again, we're trying hard to get the financials as close to break-even as possible. In saying that, we still are suffering from some outsourcing of some of the work we're doing, and that is costing us a premium. When we get that pulled right away, again, the cost will come down.
I'm just interested on page 93, the several large projects. And again, I'm no expert, but roading renewals, we've already spent 4.5 million against a budget of 3.5, an annual budget. So we've blown it by $1 million and we've got 6 months to go. So do we stop spending? Because if we keep spending, it gets worse. Yet above it, we've only spent 1.5 of 9.9. So are they the same thing?
I'm sure Susie's going to speak to the extra funding we received, I would imagine.
Yes, so it's very much reflective of the extra funding that we received from Waka Kotahi. They managed to meet Council's allocation for the financial year, so that has covered that. And yes, we are certainly slowing down and pulling back to make sure we don't overspend the total available budget. Our customers and the wear that we see on the network does tend to be focused in that pavement space, so where other savings can be made across other capital activities, it will be directed into those failed pavements as and when it's appropriate.
The urban water reticulation's not you. 3 million spent as at 31st of December against an annual budget of 1.1 million. I mean, these are pretty big numbers. Are we moving these money behind the scenes that we don't know, you know?
Yeah, thank you. A lot of the, I guess, the expenditure relates to the phasing and the various ways the capital projects are based. We've also, of course, relied on maintenance. If you get a major water main blow, you've got to fix it. So you just can't ignore it and say, sorry, you haven't got enough money for that. So there is, yeah. So we're controlling expenditure as best we can, and we, certainly the aim is to meet budget.
I guess I'd like to see, in the reporting, if we have had a major blowout of a drain at 1.1 million, but this doesn't reflect anything. It just says we're overspent. And I'm not CE, but I'd be saying stop spending the money. You've already blown it. So we need some detail around that, because where does that 1.5 million come from? What other budget?
Councillor Pitting, I agree. Our reporting on our capital needs to improve, so we will do that. The forecast for our capital right at the moment, the annual plan was 84 million. we're forecasting we're going to be spending 56 million? 56 million this year, so we will be underspent. That should come through in reduced interest costs, albeit we did get them at the wrong rate. So what we will do is make sure that we give you more detail on what are the projects, what is the spend to date against that project budget, what is the forecast for year end for that particular project. And we'll make sure we do that for the next council meeting.
And my last one is number 8, Museum New Capital. They've spent 9,000 of a budget of 790. What's the 790 for the museum? Because I didn't think we were spending any money with the new one coming on track.
The 790 sounds like the fit-out budget, so I'm assuming the 9 is part of the, so part of it's had to be spent early, part of the early works effectively, isn't it, or design or something along those lines. I'm assuming there's no one from. Did you want to?
Sorry, I can't answer the museum question, but can I just jump back, to the water one? The $1 million was in fact the replacement of the Opahi pipeline under the river when that blew out, so yeah.
Cool with that, Andrew, but we don't know that when we see it. We just see we've overspent and we're still spending.
Yeah, fair point, and yeah, well, you need more detail.
But also on that note, we know that there's going to be blowout, so how do we incorporate some of that into the budget? Yeah, but that's a problem for another day. We'll pick up Nicole on the museum question, 9,000.
So yes, confirming that amount of money is Philip put that aside and would have been part of his internal fit out for the new part of the museum. So he can't spend that obviously this year because we haven't got the project underway. So he's holding that and looking to carry that forward so that it's still in the pot for next year. So that is a little bit of design money that he spent there, but that's all. Yeah.
So that's part of the 57 million, or is that on top of that for the project?
That is separate to the project.
So
His
really
internal
the project
fit out is a full, other than the 750, he's fundraising the rest of the money for that internal fit out. So it is quite separate.
Yeah, that 790's always been separate as far as the fit out, and that was the basis of the Museum Development Trust fundraising.
And my last one on that is number 16, parking facilities, budget of $5 million.
Yeah, so there was a provision for the strengthening of the farmers' car park. We estimate the cost a lot lower than that now, and that work will be done in the next financial year, not this one. So that's been reforecast.
It's a lower number?
3 million now.
Brilliant. Thanks, Councillor Piddington. Further questions? Councillor Booth?
On page 92, you've got the other financial assets and the current at 75% of 28.9, 21 million. What does that mean?
So when we work out essentially what cash is available, we've estimated that 75% is readily available, another 25% is held up in bonds and things which can't turn to cash easily.
Councillor Pyatt.
I just kind of have another question along the same lines. So on page 100, we have an overspend in vehicles of 256,000, I think it was. I've just lost my place, sorry. And so I get we have blowouts, we have, OP pipelines and things like that. But how do we as councillors hold the organisation to account? Like, where does that sit? Because surely you just, I don't know, maybe this is timing, it's hard to tell because there's no information in the report, but surely with vehicles, if you've hit your budget, you stop buying them. I'm struggling to understand that.
Yeah, so is that, sorry, Mr Dixon.
Yeah. So, I assure you we have stopped buying the vehicles, but what is not been credited yet is the revenue from the sale of our old vehicles. So they're currently going through auction at the moment.
Again, Andrew, it'd be handy for a note, 26 vehicles still to be sold, because we're going through these and you're giving us heart palpitations. You know what's going on. but the rest of us are really struggling around some of this.
Alrighty, pretty good. That's good, thorough analysis. Sorry, Councillor Scott.
Getting us to the end of the report, 102, page 102, mayor and elected members, unfavourable solicitors' fees of 145K. What did we do?
I'll answer that. For some reason, the demolition costs associated with the Meadows Road properties ended up in solicitors' fees. So they will be in January being pulled out of there, and they'll go into the balance sheet awaiting whatever we decide to do with those properties. Yeah.
Thank you. I was thinking, I must have missed a couple of meetings there. And also on 103, Theatre Royal user fees unfavourable 78K. Just remind me, have we got a Theatre Royal active at the moment? No. So what is that?
Unsure what that is.
You're unsure?
Yeah. I don't know why we would have budgeted for user fees for the theatre that was closed.
And there was some secret, like parties going on there and haven't been invited.
Ghost tours.
Okay, nice.
It's obviously historic that needs to be amended. So one more, yes, Councillor Pye, and then Lucky last.
Under the other revenue on page 104, similar question to Councillor Scott. Fishing huts revenue is 52,000 unfavourable. Did we budget the wrong amount, or have we got the timing wrong? Because surely we set the fees, we invoice them, they would appear in the accounts receivable as opposed to, if people haven't actually paid them. So just, I wonder what's going on there. We not sent the bills out for the leases?
The fishing huts, we actually bill from August, September for the year previous. So what we actually wait for the end of the financial year, and then we invoice out. We have got some arrears, but there is a lag in the timing, so definitely.
So once again, our budgeting isn't really aligned with what actually happens in reality?
No.
Some work on some accurate budgeting, but that's all good. Lucky, very lucky last. Sorry, did you? Councillor Booth, Councillor Jackson.
Page 113, debtors and other receivables is basically, let's see, 32 million against end of June was 12 million, so 20 million difference. Is that just timing issue? And also on page 114, I thought already spoke to you about this, but the actual cash flow statement is quoting whole of rates, whereas actually should only be half. Those numbers are wrong, or why is that not updated so it's right?
So you also note that the cash and deposits is showing as a negative. We weren't actually in overdraft, but being December and the way that the system works from a bank reconciliation perspective, there was receipts that came in which hadn't been processed at the end of December, hence the debtors high and the cash low. The way the model works in regards to the rates, it's actually looking at the movement in debtors rates, saying basically that we expect that we will get $71 million. It hasn't turned into cash yet, but because it's using the movement rates receivable and the actual revenue, that's why it's showing as a full amount there. So we'll add another column which will have essentially 6 months or 7 months or 8 months.
Who checks these? Does someone not go through this line for line and make sure all the numbers are right and according to what's actually supposed to be in the lines before it's presented to council?
Yes, they do.
It's fundamental.
Thanks, Councillor Booth. Now, final question, councillor Jackson.
I've got two, is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Just page 105, roading and footpaths. Could you just help me understand the personnel costs there under operating expenditure? Sorry, page 105. We're at 124% of budget for personnel costs for year to date. We're only 6 months through the year. Operating expenditure, personnel costs. Sorry?
Yeah, 15764, yeah.
Yes.
So in those costs, we tend to do the capitalisation of staff costs at the end of financial year with the process that we have at the moment. So it all sits in the operational cost before it gets capitalised into the various work activities that the staff have been working on for the capital works.
And the other question I had was just on page 108, the sewer other expenses, utilities 95k, unbudgeted electricity costs. How do you have unbudgeted electricity costs? Why aren't they budgeted for?
Yeah. Basically, if we change the way we draw water, it costs us more energy. So the Opahi, for instance, is pumped completely up to the Claremont treatment plant, but the Pareora is gravity. So we have had a longer period than expected, why we were renewed the Pareora line. So we were drawing on Opahi, which has cost us substantially in power costs.
Brilliant. Good question to finish us off. And you're happy to move that, councillor Jackson? Thank you. Councillor Booth, you happy to second that? Thank you. That's really good, and I know a little bit of work to do there, and we'll work on that with you over...
Just for you, Mr Mayor. Look, I thank the councillors for those questions. I think we were able to answer both of them, but it clearly highlights the presentation and the reporting, and our timing issues need to be described so much better. So thanks very much.
Perfect. Thank you. Did I put that motion? No. Did I? No. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant. Thanks, team. Appreciate that. That's review of external governance policy. Welcome back.
I've outstayed my welcome. Thank
no,
you.
You haven't. No. On page 115. Yep, go for it. Thanks.
So the review of this policy follows a council resolution from November of last year, seeking to make an amendment to CCO constitutions and the flow and effect into policy as well. We elected to undertake a full review of the policy. There were a number of changes that appeared to be appropriate at the time, and that was essentially tightening up the policy so that it applied to all external appointments rather than having to define individual appointments with its own set of criteria and parameters. So effectively, this policy does capture that, and it captures feedback from a number of elected members too, who have participated in the external appointments process.
Yep. Perfect, and that was so we had a bit more flex over policy rather than
yes.
Entrenched in the constitution. So I know there has been some involvement from elected members. Is everyone comfortable that that's how we want it to read? All the policy wonks out there. Okay, I'm happy to move that from the chair. Sorry, yep, no, Councillor Scott.
Sorry, I was listening. I'm just questioning on page 125.3, and I'm just talking from my own experience of being as a director on a CCO. It says council appointments to COs that operate as companies are required to become members of the New Zealand Institute of Directors, blah, blah. I just wonder if that is necessary and relevant, because my own experiences on Venture Timaru's, we do not engage or use Institute of Directors. And so I just wondered if the wording, instead of are required, is are encouraged, because I just feel you're putting, not all CCOs will interact with IOD.
Yeah, and I think, so the question is if we put required, I think there's an obligation to pay for those memberships and those interactions
Yeah,
versus encourage. You wouldn't necessarily be. I mean, I would encourage it. It's personal development. We want to encourage those directors to have a pathway. I'm happy either way. Is there a feeling in the room that we want to change the wording to encourage? Everyone comfortable with encourage? Yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, absolutely comfortable with that. I guess the point was more about encouraging and enabling ongoing professional development as well. So looking for a mechanism to actually enable that, but absolutely right.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. So I'm happy to move that with the changes. Councillor Scott, you happy to second that? No further discussion. We'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Appreciate all that work. So move now to 9.9, which is local alcohol policy, which I have a conflict in, so I'm going to pass the chair to Deputy Mayor Shannon.
Thank you, Mayor Nigel. I'd like to invite, who's going to come up for this? Brendan, Deb, the whole team. Welcome. I'll hand it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Shannon. This has been quite a long and windy road to get to this point. There's been a heck of a lot of work by the Joint Committee and supported by officers, but we are here today to present the final product following our consultation. So I'll hand over to Brendan and Deb to speak to the detail and answer any questions.
Thank you, Paul. Deputy Mayor, councillors, good afternoon. As Paul alluded to, the purpose of this report is to present council with a final proposed policy that's been unanimously recommended by the Joint Local Alcohol Policy Committee, seeking council's endorsement of it, or alternatively, council may ask the Joint Committee to go back and seek amendments. I'll make a couple of comments about the report and then also ask, or provide an opportunity rather, for Councillors Pyle Jackson to speak as well, as they were council's representatives on the committee. The main thing to note is, as Paul said, that this has been a long and thorough process. All of the options available to the three councils through the Local Alcohol Policy and through the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act have been considered. There have been various rounds of community engagement, which are detailed in the report, and the Joint Committee, after the consultation process and hearings, are proposing that there are two relatively minor changes to the policy. Each of the three councils is now separately considering this report in their February meetings. So Timaru's the first, and then later this month, Waimea and Mackenzie will be considering it as well. Because of a legislative change last year, the LAP will be finalised if all three councils choose to adopt the policy. Just in terms of those two proposed amendments, this is at point 22 and 23 in the report, page 132. They both relate to discretionary conditions. The first, which was consulted on, was when setting discretionary conditions for special licences, the DLC must have regard to the previous proven responsible history, if any, of the applicant. And that was to, I think it's fair to say, ensure that there's consideration of a degree of proportionality. And the second one, which was identified through the deliberations process, was that the sale of RTD alcohol beverages, maybe under 5%, be amended to sale of ready-to-drink RTD alcohol beverages to be 5% or other under in alcohol content. And that was, I think, just to reflect the market conditions, I suppose. So ultimately, the two options before council today are to adopt the policy as recommended, or alternatively decline to adopt and seek amendments. Very happy to answer any questions, but I'll just pause for a moment to allow Debbie to make any comments if she wish, and then also, and that's a no, okay, brilliant. councillors Pye and or Jackson, if they'd like to make any comments, very happy for them too.
Yeah, so there was a lot of discussion to make not too many changes, which I guess was because the LAT broadly is pretty much fit for purpose anyway. So yeah, just those two amendments, clause 56 and clause 55I, were the only two that, as Brenda mentioned, that we decided to change or upgrade. So yeah, we're only able to implement policies that are inside the Sale of and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012. So I think we did that, and it was a pretty robust sort of discussion, but just those two changes.
I don't have anything further to add. I say that and then I'll add something. I think I actually missed the hearings, family event, but the thing that came through the most was the bottled wine. That was the thing that I recall talking about the most, and the sale of bottled wine at with special licences, which would be remiss of us if we pass this without actually addressing that. But the thing to remember is that always has been and is gosh, sorry, these words have lost me, is a discretionary condition that may be applied. So it is not a standard thing that you can't sell wine by the bottle with special licences. And so that was really threshed out. There were some submissions on it, and my understanding of the committee on the day, because I wasn't there, was that they were happy with that. It is a discretionary condition that can be added. It doesn't have to be.
So the DLC still has the final say at the end of the day, but she can look at previous behaviours and take that into consideration, so that if there's been good behaviour by people who've got special licences, then she can look at that on a one-by-one basis. So I thought that was pretty reasonable.
I probably will just also add, after saying I have nothing to add, is that I would encourage council to adopt this, because there's been a lot of time and effort gone into it, and I don't think revisiting it is going to achieve a lot.
Agreed.
Thank you very much. But Councillor Burt, you've got something to add? Sorry, Debbie. No. Go for it, Deb.
Just a couple of points to make on that. I think what was during the deliberations, it was uncovered that one of the things was that the application forms for special licences didn't indicate clear enough that people wanted to have the option of bottled wines. It was just accepted, oh, you're not going to get it. So we're looking at reviewing our application form so they can tick the box to say, yes, we'd like to be considered for bottled wines, or sell by bottle. And also the other thing that didn't quite come through is that there is an appeal process, and every application that gets approved, at the bottom it says if you're not happy with the conditions or any of the outcome of the decisions, that you do have an appeal process. So I think that just needs to be made clear.
I'm not sure whether I'm conflicted in that I sit on the licensing panel and I second for the Commissioner, but I mean, these are certain things that are always brought up, particularly the pinch point from many people, including Councillor Booth. What's that for you? And so that this indication from this LAT needs to be, well and truly raised with the committee and specifically the Commissioner and what have you, as to what the council and this group specifically, their intent of this is.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, comments? Yeah, Councillor Pye, was that you moving the motion before?
Yeah, I am happy to move the motion. Yeah.
And can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Jackson. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much, team, and well done on all your good work, and thanks to Councillors Jackson and Pye for your work on this as well.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Shannon. Thanks, team. Go now to 9.10, Timaru District Holdings Limited application for local government funding, agency funding. Welcome. Are you going to come?
I can talk to this.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Trainer.
The Local Government Funding Agency, which is the organisation we borrow from, has now opened up their books to CCOs, and in that the Timaru District Holdings Limited is looking to make application for their facilities. So currently TDHL has two facilities. One is with a commercial bank, a trading bank, and one is with ourselves. The trading bank one will benefit by moving the trading bank facilities to the Local Government Funding Agency. There will be considerable savings in interest. Moving the loan that we provide to Timaru District Holdings Limited will drop the interest rates to the Holdings Limited, because currently we have a margin on that. So currently we are borrowing, the TDC's borrowing that money and then on lending it to the TDHL. So the district TDC will lose a little bit of revenue in that transaction. This is relatively new, and this is only seeking, at this stage, allowing TDHL to apply to borrow the funds. They still have to go through an application process. We don't know the outcome of that. It's probably cleaner to have the loans on the various books. However, not many CCOs have taken up this option at this stage. We know of only about two. So I'll open that for discussion.
Thanks, Mr. Trainer. Questions? Look, I'm comfortable. No, we have talked about this. I think makes good sense. But Councillor Pye.
I'm fully supportive of this, but just will we get another opportunity, like you say, to support whether TDHL borrow that way, or is that their decision? The only reason why I ask is because will that remove borrowing from us and therefore lower our, well, not lower our cap, but give us more headroom between our debt cap and our current borrowing, and just so we understand the implications of that?
At the moment, if our loan was borrowed direct, it wouldn't change our cap, because the cap is against liquid assets. So effectively, the loan to Timaru District Holding in our book at the moment is liquid. So we get our total revenue plus our liquid assets, less our borrowing, so it's neutral to us.
Councillor Piddington.
It seems to make sense, and shame to lose a bit of revenue, but it gives them a bit of freedom, and that's what we want them to do. Go out and invest, so I'll move it.
Yeah, thank you. Happy to move that. Thank you, Councillor Piddington. Councillor Booth, did you have a question? You're on the... Yeah.
So the 21.68 million, what are we charging them at the moment? Is it they're basically 5.85? Am I allowed to ask that, or?
You'll know the margin better than me.
So what is that 5? Is that 5.5? The 90 bank, that bank bill rate is lower than that, isn't it?
I think it's the 90-day bank bill plus 0.35. I think it is. Yeah, 1.35.
Yeah, but yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Cool. Happy to second that, Councillor Booth. Yep. Perfect. Any further discussion? No, all good. I'll put the motion now. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant. 9.11, and that will be Andrea, and that's investments and borrowing report. I think we'll just take that as read, and has anyone got questions specifically? We'll just go straight to questions. Yeah, you're more than welcome. Yeah.
So earlier, or on Friday, the LGFA had their current quarterly shareholders update, of which earlier today I forwarded through their slides and the online presentation, so you're more than welcome to have a look at that or read through it. So that outlines what LGFA do, where they're at, what they're looking at, which obviously ultimately has an impact on what we do.
Awesome. Any questions for Andrea? No. I'm going to keep this moving and move that if there's no questions. Councillor Parker, happy to second that. I look for any questions. No. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Now we are 9.12. Looking very dapper. Welcome, Mr. Burrell. We are talking about the proposed district plan hearing update. And Mr. Cooper, welcome.
Just to clear my conflict of interest, I don't know if I need to move.
No.
If you talk about me, I'll know.
No, that's right. We'll just we'll record that. Thanks, Councillor Scott. Can you just make a note? Thanks. Jess, pass to you, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. We just briefly thought it was time to update the council on who is now appointed to the panel and talk briefly about a bit of a reset that we've had to meet the actual demands of this particular part of the process. So I'll hand over to Hamish, who can give a high-level summary.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Look, I mean, it's a good news item that the hearings are going ahead shortly in May. They start. They're anticipated to go through until the end of 2025. So it is quite a long way to go on the district plan review, which has been going on for many number of years that everyone here will be familiar with. And we are lucky to have 6 very capable individuals on the panel. They're going to have a lot of work to go through. I guess the key individuals there are in that appendix, the schedule's there as well. It's worth noting that a bit of a causation factor, we are moving from basically a slightly different model, a higher spec model, and that means that there are more individuals and a bespoke policy team to assist in that space. Last year was quite big in terms of government changes as well, and a lot of matters signalled there. And then we got to the end of the year and then everything changed. So it is also worth noting at the end of this item that we're going to have to be aware of some changes coming up and a lot more in the coming months and years ahead. So yeah, that's probably it from me, unless you have questions.
Thanks, team. Thanks for everyone to getting this on track, which is really important. Questions, Councillor Piddington. Thank you.
Looks fine to me, Hamish. I'm just interested to know whether some of the people do people locally get the opportunity, if they're involved in planning, to be part of this, or are they excluded by their geographical address? I just know we've got local planners in Timaru. Yep.
Well, it depends the nature of the query. The panel itself have to be accredited. That's their only sort of proviso. Last year we went through a change in the structure so that we would be able to have more commissioner-centric model. There's the flexibility in that. Just in terms of participation, I mean, I would expect there to be local planners involved in the process, non-panel as well as panel.
Thank you. Any further questions? So recommendation is to note the contents of the report. Can I have a mover for that? Councillor Parker, Councillor Burt. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Brilliant. That was easy, but thank you for all the work on that. Really appreciate that team. I know there's a lot of work that goes behind this, behind the scenes. So no urgent business. Minor nature. Councillor Piddington.
I guess regards the theatre, whether you're for it, against it or sitting on the fence, the question I'm getting asked the most is, you've told me what it's costing in big picture. People want to know what it's going to do to affect their rate bill. In 2011, when we did the pool for $23.5 million, the ratepayers all knew it was $102 going on their rates bill. And it's kind of mystified me, to be fair, before your arrival, Nigel, that no one has been able to give us a rough idea. I mean, I did a quick calculation. I borrowed 50 million over 30 years. I depreciated 50 million over 50 years, and I put 500k operating expenses in. Did the calculation divided by the number of our ratepayers, and it equals $200 per annum per ratepayer. I want someone from within the organisation over the next couple of days to actually tell us what that number is, because it's hard to have an argument either way with anyone when I can't actually tell them how much it's going to affect their rates. I don't think it's too much to ask. So I'd like to challenge the CE over the next week to come out publicly with a figure.
So, is Andrea, where does she hide? So we're close to having that ready, aren't we, Andrea? And close as tomorrow, is it? So in our workshop tomorrow, we can provide that figure.
So that will include an accurate operating cost.
Correct.
Depreciation over
Correct.
the number of years.
Correct.
I'm just asking, Nigel, because it's been a mystery so far.
Yep, correct.
So you can go back and then people can have a proper debate.
Correct.
Then we can tell them about our debt cap.
Correct.
Which may complicate it. That's all I want.
Yeah, look, I think and I think this was you raised that last year, it was a financial impact, which is really important. So the team are going to go and do that, and for all capital major projects. So we're going to do the same for the stadium. We also want to do what is, $10 million worth of debt in any infrastructure look like for the ratepayer. And this needs to be part of the LTP so we can help tell that story. So it needs to be, and taking your point, we don't want to, I think the community's divided enough across, sports, arts and culture, and they're all important community projects, so we've got to be careful that we don't fuel bait that, but there is a cost to making improvements to this community infrastructure. So we need to be real about the cost, but we don't want to say, hey, well, this side is going to cost this. We need to give a fair and balanced view, which I fully support. So that is going to be picked up tomorrow in a public workshop. So tune in from, is it 10 o'clock for 5 wonderful hours? No, I'm not sure how long it's going to last, but it is tomorrow. So it brings that part of the council meeting to the end. There was no public forum. We now have minutes, and we have also consideration of Park Section 17A review and public excluded. So I'll now move us into public excluded. Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Oliver. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Thank you. For our members of the public, Ryan and Graham, lovely to see you. Thank you. Nice to see you.